Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here, and thank you to those viewing remotely. I call to order the closed session of the Mayor and City Council. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
I do not believe we do, but I need to take roll call first.
Oh, sorry. Look, I'm jumping the gun. Please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra is present, but she's not in the room at the moment. Councilmember Figueroa? Councilmember Charette? Councilmember Reynoso is absent at the moment. Councilmember Calvin?
Present.
Councilmember Alexander will not be here tonight, and Mayor Tran.
Here. Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Do not. Okay. We will now convene into closed session.
Mayor Tran, do have a quick announcement on closed session. Staff is pulling item A1 from closed session, so we'll only be addressing item A2 in closed session.
Thank you. And thank you to those viewing from home. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. Assistant Pastor Gwendolyn Dowdy Rogers, Church of Living God, will lead tonight's invocation, and Yamaris Zamora from Anton Elementary School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
So good evening to our Honorable Mayor Tran, to our council members, to all of the city staff, and everyone that is in the building today, and those even that are at home watching. I do want to say it's a significant day today, and more importantly, because we know, many of us may know, that in March of 1987, after being petitioned by the National Women's History Project, Congress passed Publication L-100-9, which designated the month of March in 1987 as Women's History Month. Very good. At this time, if you would then bow your heads with me. Lord, it is a great honor to stand here tonight as a woman of faith to offer a prayer over this meeting, where these leaders have been charged to make long-term decisions for this great city that we call San Bernardino. Hear us, O Lord, as I ask humbly that you would be a guide to the decision makers in this room tonight as they hear the concerns of the hearts of the people. God, I ask that you will guide them and help them to help all communities realize that there is success for all, that there is peace for all, that there is unity for all, and there is love. As they make these decisions tonight, we ask that they look forward and we gather together, that we may make it a city that all can thrive, and that this can be an even greater city. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Here.
Councilmember Calvin?
Present.
Councilmember Alexander is absent tonight, and Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
Mayor Tran, as mentioned prior to closed session, staff pulled item A1 from closed session. That item was not discussed. On item A2, the council gave direction to outside counsel, but there's no formal reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, public comments will be heard. In-person speakers will be heard first, followed by remote speakers. To address the council, each individual must fill out a speaker slip. A speaker slip must be completed and turned into the city clerk at this time. Only those speaker cards turned into the city clerk will be allowed to address the city council. No late cards will be accepted. Each person should state their name for the record. If you require Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter on site. Please raise your hand at this time to indicate you will need translation assistance. In addition, we have interpreting listening devices available in the back. Please note that the interpreter will be dismissed if we do not receive any requests for interpretation by 9 p.m.
Si necesita interpretación en español, tenemos un intérprete presente. Por favor, levante la mano en este momento para indicar si requiere servicios. También tenemos aparatos disponibles para escuchar la junta en español. Si no recibimos solicitud para los servicios de interpretación antes de las 9, el intérprete se retirará.
Gracias. There's a gentleman in the back with his hand raised. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
We have 23, including remote speakers.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please call up the speakers.
Eddie Apodaca, Roberto Lopez, Mike Hartley, and Clementine Bernal.
Eddie, please come up and state your full name, and you may begin.
Okay, congratulations on winning. My target audience isn't here tonight, unfortunately. I was here to address the fire department. Just give you a brief update. I was in backgrounds with your fire department, and Captain Jay Hausman of the fire department insisted, and a lot of you have heard this before, insisted on interviewing my wife doing backgrounds, insisted on doing it alone in my home. I won't be yelling tonight. And during that time, he proceeded to ask my wife questions. How many times a day does she have sex with me or whoever? How many times a week? How many times a month? He went on to ask her questions like, do I feel the urge to choke her during sex? Does she enjoy it? By me or anybody else? Has she ever had sex in exchange for money or intercourse or oral copulation? For instance, have you ever gone out to dinner and had sex if they bought you dinner? These are questions being asked by Captain Jay Hausman of the fire department. He flies around in 40 King. Jay, if your lawyers are here tonight, listen up. So when I started this exercise, I started lecturing about this to my students a couple years ago. And the first time I lectured about it, one of them came up to me. She says, Eddie, this is not okay. Something like this happened to me. I said, I'll look into it. I've never heard of anything like this before. And so I went on to lecture another class and another class and another class, and every single class, at least one person, one of your daughters, one of your wives, one of your girlfriends have come up to me every single class and said something like this happened to me. And so I had to ask, why are these people reporting this to me and not to your fire department and not to your police department, and definitely not to your sheriff's department? I said, why are they reporting this to me? So I reported it to your fire department. You know what? I've been called a liar so many times that I started to believe it. They not only called me a liar, they blamed me. They said, this is your fault this is happening to you. Then they said, this is okay. Not only this is okay, but this is our job to ask your wife these questions. This is your fire department that you guys are contracting out to right now, and I'm telling you all, this is your
Sir,
fire
your time
department.
is up. Thank you so much.
Do you want my time to
Next.
be up, or do you want me to tell you what's going on in your fire
Who's the
department?
next speaker? Madam City
Roberto
Clerk?
Lopez,
And here come
Mike
the
Hartley.
cops. again with the cops.
Next speaker, please. Please state your name. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Roberto López, soy miembro de Ortiz Ice Cream, soy un vendedor ambulante.
My name is Roberto Lopez. I am a member of Ortiz Ice Cream. I am an ambulatory vendor.
La razón que estoy aquí presente es porque quería pedirles de favor a ustedes que están enfrente. He pedido en la oficina de San Bernardino de poder vender en la parte de la banqueta que está aquí enfrente del City Hall, el parqueadero.
The reason that I'm here today is to ask all of you here is if I could please sell in front of the parking here in front.
Y me han dicho que tengo que tener otra licencia más de las que yo ya tengo.
And they've told me that that I require another license more than the ones that I already have.
El costo de mi compañía es muy grande. Tenemos nosotros aquí en San Bernardino del 2016.
The cost for my company is very large, and we've been here in San Bernardino since 2016.
Mi esposa es la que empezó el negocio en el 2005 en Moreno Valley.
My wife is the one who began the business in 2005 in Moreno Valley.
Pero la verdad que nos hemos salido de allá por discriminación, porque yo creo que somos por lo que somos hispanos.
But truthfully, we left there because of the discrimination, and I think it's due to the fact that we're Hispanic.
Y nosotros hasta aquí en San Bernardino hemos tenido permisos de Health Department, de la ciudad, del estado de California.
And here in San Bernardino, we've had permits from the health department, from the city, and from the state of California.
Y hemos tenido nuestras aseguranzas para empleados y para nuestro negocio.
And we've had our insurances for our employees and also for our businesses.
Y yo les quiero venir a pedir a ustedes que por favor nos pudieran ayudar a reducir un poquito el costo de que ya nos pidan muchos permisos.
And I've come here to ask for you to help in reducing the cost and so that we're not required so many permits.
Nosotros sabemos que aquí en Estados Unidos se pagan impuestos y se paga renta, se paga comida y se paga todo. Tengo 4 niños que sostener y a una esposa también.
I know that here in the United States, we're supposed to pay taxes and that we pay rent and food, and I have 4 children and my wife to support.
Pero la ciudad me dijo que tenía que ir al condado y el condado me pide que yo tenga que tener una traila y no tengo el dinero para eso.
And they asked me to go to the city, and the city requested that I have a trailer, and I just don't have the money for that.
El costo de tener esa traila es muy caro. Necesita dónde ponerla en una comisaría y el costo es muy alto.
The cost for having that trailer is just too high. I would need to have it in a commissary, and I would have to have it in a separate company.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mike Hartley, Clementine Bernal, sorry, I can't make out the last name. Treasurer Ortiz, Tina Andrade.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Mike Hartley, City of San Bernardino. Last Thursday, I went to a meeting. Damon Alexander held it. It was an opportunity meeting. In Facebook, it said it was a full house. Well, there was only really 20 people who showed up. A lot of them worked for the city. The thing that concerned me was the ADUs. When I asked the question about parking, they said there will be no requirement for parking. So what we have in San Bernardino already is a parking problem on the city streets because a lot of people have more than one family living in a single-family home. Now, if there's not going to be a requirement for parking, I think the next thing we'll have is shootings over parking spaces. Now, don't get me wrong, I can make a lot of money off of ADUs because I can take my house and split it in 4 if we're not worried about parking. I have a guest house in the back, but I couldn't call it a guest house at the time because the city told me I had to have a 3-car garage. I only had a 2-car garage. Now, they're saying I don't need a garage. I can close up the garage. I can make an ADU out of it. This is crazy. And we have a problem in California already, and that is people are moving out, not in. So why do we want to destroy our city more by creating ADUs? It makes absolutely no sense, except for the fact you guys get to collect taxes. So I know it has a lot to do with the state of California, but I hope you guys really think this thing through, because I'm telling you, it will be a disaster. It may not be tomorrow, may not be in a year, but it will end up being a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Clementina Piña Bernal. I know it's a long one. I'm here. My issue today has to do with the past agenda. And it's because some of my neighbors are going to be watching tonight through our local channel. And I'm hoping that you guys can take at least 3 minutes and have some answers, because one of the answers is when I brought the Vertex problem, the ground address. And the thing is, when are we getting the new notice so people can do properly protest? Because if we mistake, and the way they understand, we're supposed to have 45 days from the past meeting to whenever. So we have nothing yet. The second is, in the notice, they asking me, the 5% that you guys talking, just in case this pass, the amount that they are putting for July is not a 5%, that's 43%. In my calculator, is not wrong, because that's what you guys adding, and then the 5% ever through whatever year, 2027. Third question was, is this charge, yes, for city customers, or this charge is also for county customers? Because I have a lot of friends that live on the county side, and nobody knows about this proposal. And, it's pretty much a shame, because really, I don't know people in here, but I can ask right now people that are present if they can lift their hand and ask, do you receive your notice? Because a lot of people, they don't know. To me, like I say, I'm not educated on Harvard or UCLA or anything, but I know how to make numbers to begin. A lot of people will live on Social Security. So if $1,000, think about it. My gas bill last month was $353. This month is $227. If I keep adding, I'm not gonna be able to live with $1,000. I mean, you guys wanna make money? You guys need to have better strategies, because when you guys remove Route 66, for example, that used to bring a lot of revenue to the city. I mean, sit outside, take your lunch outside and watch the bus and count how many people ride it. No one. But then now San Bernardino downtown looks like a ghost town because all those small businesses closed due to the bus line. You guys take all the parking away. Need to start thinking better, when you add a thing, or turn San Bernardino the way it was before.
Thank you.
Treasurer Ortiz, Tina Andrade, David Farrugia, Dolores Armstead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first thing I was hoping that you guys could collectively think about is coming up with an update on the downtown redevelopment and where we are with that. Because earlier in February, Nathan Freeman, the Director of Community Development, went in front of the public and told a lot of residents that this project wasn't going anywhere and that he was in negotiations and discussions with other developers. Now, I reached out to RDICO and tried to find out why we haven't received an update from them. And the response was they've asked, but have been denied to come and speak to the public anymore. So what is the truth and what is really happening with the downtown? Because the playbook that Mayor Tran talks about is built around this downtown redevelopment and the build out of the transit center. The next issue I want to talk about is the RFPs that are going on in this city, because we're seeing cut and paste going on. We're seeing bids rejected, low cost. We're seeing non-bidding for sole source contracting. We need to be as transparent as possible with everything that is happening, or we can be sued over this. We also have another issue with the budget. We haven't collected $3.4 million in cannabis taxes. And the whole premise was that we don't have enough staffing. You guys just brought up staffing in your last meeting for yourselves. Why are we not hiring in community and economic development, in the business and registration, so that we can go get the money that is rightfully owed to us? In Public Works, we're also going in and we're outsourcing to another engineering firm that worked closely with Daniel Hernandez when he was in the City of Commerce and his other cities that he's worked for. Why are we giving $100,000 contracts away for NPDS when we already pay for an NPDS manager? And that's in your consent calendar tonight. We have a lot of things that we need to focus on. But I'm seeing a lack of transparency and a lack of accountability. But I do want to leave on one positive note tonight, because I want to talk about our chief of police, because some people had some things to say about him in the last meeting that wasn't true. In this community, we know that we are surrounded with crime and gang activity and illicit drug problems. And we have a chief of police right now who is trying to fight for this community. And he is bringing a force together like we have not seen. And I have been one of the most critical people of the last administration, because they really didn't care. And Chief Goodman has turned morale around for this community and for his officers. So let's not overstate that any nonprofit, if we call 911, is going to show up to our house and protect us from the criminal. We know that's not true. We know that laws have been put into place from Sacramento that are hurtful to us, that make criminals feel good about being criminals and criminalize the good people for just wanting a safe community. We need to thank our chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Turn your
Press
mic
the
on, please.
Turn on the mic and then please state your name.
Like that? Hi, I'm Christina Andrade. And I just want to say it's an honor to meet you. And I just want to mention, when I told my students I was coming here tonight, that I might meet the mayor, they said, "Who is he?" That was the first thing. And I said, "It's a woman." And the girls in the classroom, my fifth graders, were so proud that we have a woman as our mayor. So I just want to say you're a wonderful icon for students in school. Anyway, what I'm here for is I'm here to represent our homeless. I live on Golden Street off of Highland, and I work at Hunt Elementary School. And there is an abundant amount of homeless people in my neighborhood. Well, some coworkers and we have gathered things to try to help them out, and it's just not enough. Just a few of us, it's just not enough. I don't have enough. We can't afford to help them, but we want to help. So what I'm asking is, what I'm hoping to leave here with are three things. Supplies. For them, they're freezing. They are cold. When I took what blankets I had left, one man was peeling the socks off his feet, and his socks were like ice after last night. And, you know, my heart goes out to these people. And there's only 3,000 of them. And when you consider 3,000 people compared to a lot of other people we're helping right now, it's a small amount, and I don't understand why there's not more help. Where are the shelters? Another thing is, I'm writing a report for college for my social problems class, and the topic is San Bernardino's homeless crisis. Now, I want to represent San Bernardino in the best way I can. I want to write that we are doing something. And also, I would like to know if there are supplies that I could give these people. They need sleeping bags. They need jackets. You know, they need weatherproof clothes. When it was snowing that day, I could not enjoy it because they're everywhere in my city. Our students see them every day. Our families see them every day. Our businesses have them, and what are we going to do to make San Bernardino beautiful again? We got to help these people. They're not going to leave until we help them. So I would like to know how I can help. Can I do to help the homeless in my city, in my area? The second thing I would like to know is where can I get facts and updates about what's going on?
Thank you.
And the third is I want to tell my students tomorrow what a great experience this was and that there's hope for them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
David Farrugia, Dolores Armstead, Luis Ojeda, Robert Porter.
Hi, good evening. Actually, I signed up to talk on agenda number 7. Should I talk now or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Tran, nice to see you up there. I just wanted to talk about some concerns. My name is David Ferrugia. I'm a Teamster business agent for Teamsters Local 1932 here in San Bernardino. I represent a bunch of hardworking folks in the city of San Bernardino, and I got a few calls today regarding some concerns of the agenda item number 7, which is the task order issued to Wilden Engineering to do the job that a lot of our folks actually do in the city. So it's the job is actually the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES. That's quite a business card that they must have on there. So so I just wanted to make sure this item is pulled off the agenda so we have a time to meet and confer over it. That would be normally the rules if it affects the working conditions or possible jobs of the city employees. So I politely ask that you look at that item, pull it so we have time to meet and confer over it. I appreciate that. The final thing, one other, while I have your attention, we are located right downtown San Bernardino. We're going to have a car show. It's a 4th annual spring fling. So far we have like 175 cars signed up. It's a great event for the community. Last year we had music, and I would like to invite the city council and the mayor to attend this event. It's Saturday, April 15th, and I'm also inviting the community. Like I said, we have a bunch of food. The In-N-Out burger truck's going to be there, music, a whole bunch of cool-looking cars. So please attend that. That would be great to see out there. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Dolores Armstead. I am here about item number 3 at the last council meeting. At the last council meeting, you as a council embarrassed us as citizens. You showed how easily one person can bully you into approving a process that your residents, your Planning Commission, and science has determined was not good for the city. The bully made it clear he supports on-site crushing and grinding. I believe the residents by Oxbow don't care whether it's crushing or grinding. It's still releasing toxics to the residents. Just because something hazardous was allowed previously does not mean that we, the people, want to see it continued in this city. Yet you said yes. Your Planning Commission has researched and unanimously agreed that on-site crushing grinding is not beneficial to the city and to its citizens. It is only beneficial to developers and contractors, and they don't live in the city. The city gets no benefit, but we, the citizens, are impacted. Your council bully said to us, industry standards. It's an industry standard, but industry standards are not always good for the people. If you look at the support docs of last council meeting, you will see that there were hazards at the site. How are you separating the hazards during the crushing? Didn't state that. For the rest of you that approved the crushing on item 3, shame on you. You embarrass us as a city. You showed the world, and especially developers, that this city continues its legacy of pay to play, and you let them know who the top dog was. The crushing grinding policy has been reviewed by the Planning Commission, and we were against it 5 times. Why does it keep coming back, and who keeps pushing it to come back? You should question why. Why do you think the surrounding cities don't allow crushing or grinding? Why did Redlands send their crap to this city? You need to think about it. You let developers and others know they can do whatever they want in the city because you did not stand up for your citizens. Oxbow continues. And real quick, my other item is on item 10 today, roadway safety plan. Remember the trucking route study you had a couple of months ago? This one needs a little bit more study, and I think we should have community input. The maps that you had in your backup, we couldn't even read them. We couldn't even analyze and see what the heck's going on. I think you should pull it, and let's look at it some more, because I'd hate to have another project like that trucking route study. It was terrible. It said all our roads were bad, yet every road should be a trucking route. Are we doing the same thing here? Couldn't tell because we couldn't read it. I would thank you very much.
Thank you.
Luis Ojeda, Robert Porter, Arcelia Tavares, Rosario Ramirez.
Please state your name.
My name is Luis Ojeda, president and founder of We Are the Change, also SV Food Fest. Thank you, everyone. And this is, for me, a little bit confusing, right? Everybody seems to be an expert in everything, right? So we have professionals, right, that we hire to do their job, right? And right now, I mean, I've been here for, 5, 6 years, and it's been very difficult. But finally, in my personal opinion, I feel that we have a good team in the different departments. You know, Mr. Daniel Hernandez, leading Parks and Recs, Mr. Nathan Freeman, Police Chief. They're trying their best. You know, we have to think and be realistic about what are the challenges of our cities. So, and for whatever reason, some people in the community think that they can dictate and they're easy to accuse, point fingers. So I just want to question, and I want to ask people, you know, do you think that these professionals wants to do something illegal, be corrupt, and then proceed with their career, maybe to move to another city and say, oh, by the way, I took money, you know, under the table in San Bernardino, and I did this corrupt thing in San Bernardino? I don't think that nobody's willing to do that, okay? Yeah, maybe mistakes are made, you know, we all make mistakes. But that, and to accuse people, I think we need to refrain for that and have a little bit more respect in the dais and for our staff. So another thing that I want to mention is that we're going to bring SV Food Fest back May 6th to celebrate Cinco de Mayo for Peace, or Cinco de Mayo por la Paz. And everybody's welcome to join us. We're going to need a lot of volunteers. We need legal vendors. It's going to be a permitted event, so everyone is welcome, okay? But, Mr. Reynoso, please encourage your people to apply, but we need permits, okay? We have very affordable fees, right? And I know that everybody needs help, and I think the city needs the most help. And whatever we can do to educate and, you know, train, help our people to do things right, okay, because everybody's capable. It's just matter of us wanting to do it, okay? So everybody is invited. Everybody is welcome to participate. We're trying to do a big event, nice event. So we're gonna bring mariachi, folklorico dancer, live bands. So it's gonna be a very nice event. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, good evening. My name is Arcelia Tavares. I am the program manager at Southern California Crossroads. So I want to focus on item number 2 for hospital-based community violence intervention services. I want to give you a little bit of information of what we do. So we are based out of South Los Angeles, and what we do is we provide violence prevention and intervention services. While we have an array of services that focuses on doing crisis response, community intervention, I want to talk to you more about the hospital base. So we've been doing hospital-based intervention services for over 20 years. So we're currently contracted at a few trauma centers in South Los Angeles and recently Pomona Valley Hospital. So the uniqueness about our program is that we're able to engage victims at the trauma center and also while they're when they're after victimization. We provide case management services. We do wraparound services in the hospital and when they return back into the community. The uniqueness about our program is that we have folks who understand the community, who understand the need, and our goal is to provide safety and talk about the trauma and alleviate the trauma that some of the patients have been going through. I hope that we're able to bring our services into the city of San Bernardino and that we're open, that we're welcome with open arms. So if you have any questions, I will leave my business cards in the back, but we're hoping to bring that services to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Commissioner Robert Porter, Mayor, Council, good people. I'm here today to talk about the snow day we had on Saturday. Was that not incredible, team? Oh my gosh. I mean, I remember when I was at Riley Elementary back in the day when the snow came and, you know, we're the teachers couldn't keep us inside the classroom. They just let us all roll out there and play in the snow. You know, even the teachers were throwing snowballs. We're making like little snowmen. It didn't last that long, but it was wonderful. But last Saturday was absolutely incredible. Councilman Ibarra knows, she hit me up right away. This stuff is awesome when these kind of opportunities happen in our city. Right? So it was free publicity for San Bernardino. These memories will stay with kids like they did with me for their whole life. That's what we try to create here in San Bernardino, you all and me as well, and all the staff here. We're trying to create good memories for our future so our kids can have positive nostalgia for San Bernardino. So how do we do that? Well, that means we got to think big, team. That means, you know, we have a lot of problems, but that's not the only thing we should be focused on. Now, of course, Director Gutfeld does focus on trying to make these positive events in her whole team for San Bernardino. But I was thinking also we could do more as a whole group. Like, for example, we need to start pushing festive lights during the holiday season. We need to start pushing so every single business. I mean, I had Councilman Sanchez and Councilman Figueroa over at KCAA during Christmas time, and I showed them that all the parking lots there were covered in Christmas lights, every single one. Like, why can't we do that here? Why is Redlands the only one that can, or Ranch Cucamonga the only ones that can make their, well, no, they're not the only ones. We can do that. We just got to request it. So any of your donors or people you're good with or owners, you know, hit them up, say, hey, let's get a little festive. You know, maybe put up during 4th of July some red, white, and blue stuff, like more flags. You know, but we have to request that. They're not thinking of it, obviously they're not thinking of it on their own. So we got to bring that out of them. Other things we could do. Like Councilman Alexander mentioned, make one more day for Route 66. I think it should be a whole month. But another day's a start. And as we build it up, we could make it an event where all the people from around the whole United States and possibly the world come to San Bernardino for that month or for that week or for that 2-day period. So let's think big, team. Let's think about the memories of our kids. And I love San Bernardino.
Thank you.
Rosario Ramirez, Jesus Gaxiola. Manuel Gaxiola withdrew his speaker request. Miguel Rodriguez, Alejandro Rodriguez.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Por favor, diga su nombre.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Ramírez.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Ramirez,
y soy vendedora por 17 años en el área de San Bernardino.
and I'm a vendor for 17 years in the area of San Bernardino.
Y vengo a pedirles un paro completo a las multas y decomisos de nuestro equipo de trabajo.
And I'm coming to ask for a cease in the fines and the taking away of our equipment for work.
Ya que bajo la nueva ley estatal SB 972,
Since under the new law, SB 972,
tenemos nuevas protecciones y las autoridades locales tienen la responsabilidad de actualizar sus prácticas y regulaciones.
we have new protections, and our local authorities have the responsibility to update their own regulations.
La ciudad cuando llega a quitarnos ni siquiera sabe exactamente a lo que va, bajo qué códigos o bajo qué nos está quitando, bajo qué códigos.
When the city comes to take our equipment away, they're not even sure what they're coming to enforce or under what codes.
Ellos lo único que saben es que le están quitando el material y el sustento a una familia trabajadora.
The only thing that they know is that they're coming to take away the materials and the support for a family.
Nos asustan y nos intimidan de esa manera.
They scare us and they intimidate us in that way.
La policía llega junto con ellos y aprovechan para también hurgar o a ver qué ticket pueden darnos.
The police also comes along with them, and they try to investigate and see what other tickets they can give us.
También les pedimos que dejen de desalojar a nuestros compañeros jornaleros de su lugar de empleo.
We're also requesting that you please stop removing our day labor coworkers from the areas where they are at.
Cuando no les han dado una alternativa justa o de largo plazo.
When they don't have a just alternative or a long-term solution.
Yo, por ejemplo, me han multado más de una vez.
I have been fined more than once.
Me han quitado mi material y mis instrumentos de trabajo.
They've taken away my materials and my instruments for working,
Junto con la esperanza de seguir apoyando la economía de mi hogar.
which I use with the hope that I can continue sustaining my home.
Yo les pido que no nos vean como un problema,
I'm asking that you please not see us as a problem,
sino nos vean como una economía
but that you see us as part of the economy
de la cual ambas partes nos podemos beneficiar.
in which we can both be benefited from.
Por eso estoy aquí pidiéndoles una moratoria de 1 año para los jornaleros y los vendedores ambulantes.
That's why I'm asking for a moratorium for a year for the day laborers and the street vendors.
Por parte de porque el enfoque debe estar en buscar soluciones a largo plazo
Because the focus should be placed on finding solutions for the long term
y actualizar regulaciones, no en multas y operativos de intimidación.
and to actualize our regulations and not in placing fines and operatives that cause intimidation.
Como el operativo que sucedió el 16 de febrero,
Like the operative that took place on February 16th.
no nos dan otra opción más que ahorita el trabajo está bajo donde quiera, no tenemos otra opción y otro sustento de trabajo más que la venta ambulante.
We don't have any other options. Work is very low in all places, and we have no other option other than doing our street sales.
Las trailas están muy caras cuando ellos dicen que podemos sacar permisos en una traila, pero las trailas están muy caras.
Trailers are very expensive, and even though we're told that we can request permits for the trailers, they are still very expensive.
Requieren de muchos permisos
They require lots of permits,
y lo más caro es que requieren de una comisaría donde los altos costos son muy altos.
and the highest cost is also for a commissary.
Es todo. Gracias.
And that's everything. Thank you.
Gracias.
Jesús Cacciola, Miguel Rodríguez, Alejandro Rodríguez, Javier Hernández.
Please state your name. Thank you.
Soy Jesús Manuel Gaxiola
My name is Jesus Manuel Arciola,
y soy jornalero de aquí de San Bernardino
and I am a day laborer here in San Bernardino.
y pues vengo yo a representar pues a nosotros los compañeros aquí, jornaleros.
And I am here to represent the other day laborers as well.
Sí, porque miren, nosotros pues lo que queremos es trabajar dignamente.
Because what we want is to be able to work with dignity.
Y nosotros pues lo que hacemos es trabajo que pues se requiere pues ayudar a la comunidad, trabajos que otras personas no lo concretan, no lo hacen.
And what we do is jobs that are required in order to help the community and that other people don't want to do.
Pues son trabajos que son pues fuertes porque pues tenemos que hacer limpiezas en casas que pues a veces nos encontramos con muchas cosas, basura, animales, muertos, cosas que
And it's work that where we find various things. There's trash, there's dead animals, there's other dead things.
y pues realmente pues es duro para nosotros, pero pues no tenemos otra forma pues dignamente de ganarnos el trabajo.
And truthfully, it's very difficult, but we have no other way of earning our wages in a dignified way.
En mi caso porque pues yo soy una persona que mi salud pues no está al 100%, ¿no?
In my case, it's especially difficult because my health is not 100%.
No puedo tener un trabajo digno donde yo pueda, pues como cualquier otra persona, tener un trabajo completo, ¿no?
I can't have a dignified job where I can, or like any other person who has a complete job.
Y pues ahí dignamente nosotros hacemos la lucha de ganarnos pues nuestro pan para llevar a nuestra casa.
And we're just trying to earn the bread in order to take it home to our families.
Y pues realmente nos sentimos mal cada vez que la ciudad hace sus operativos y llegan y nos intimidan como si fuéramos unos criminales.
And truthfully, we feel badly every time the city does its operatives and they come to intimidate us.
Y pues realmente pues ellos yo los entiendo que andan haciendo su trabajo, pero nosotros también estamos haciendo nuestra lucha de trabajo.
And we understand that they're just doing their job, but we're also trying to do ours.
Dignamente, solamente les vengo a pedir que pues nos den la oportunidad
In a way with dignity, and I'm just here to ask you that you give us the opportunity.
que pues se haga algo para nosotros, que nos dejen trabajar, que nos permitan demostrar que somos una comunidad que realmente nos ganamos nuestro pan diariamente y ayudando a la ciudad de San Bernardino.
So that something can be done for us, and so that we can be seen as people who are just trying to make their daily bread and also are trying to help the city of San Bernardino.
Y pues yo vengo a pedirles a ustedes, con todo el respeto, que pues hagan algo por nosotros y paren estas pues radadas que nos hacen a nosotros.
So I'm asking that you do something for us with all due respect, and that you stop the raids that are going on.
Y pues les doy las gracias por darme la oportunidad de estar aquí parado con ustedes.
And I thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Y pues gracias por todo y que tengan una buena noche.
Thank you for everything, and good night.
Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alejandro Rodríguez.
Good evening. My name is Alejandro Úñiguez.
Alejandro Rodríguez.
Alejandro Rodríguez.
Yo también soy jornalero aquí en San Bernardino, Home Depot.
I'm also a day laborer here in San Bernardino at the Home Depot.
Y últimamente no nos dejan estar buscando trabajo.
And lately, they won't allow us there to look for work. They won't allow us to be there to look for work.
Quisiéramos pedirles de favor si nos pueden ayudar a solucionar esto que está pasando.
We would like to please ask if you could help us solve this that's happening.
Porque vengo en apoyo a los jornaleros y los compañeros ambulantes, porque somos una comunidad que no nos dejan hacer nuestro trabajo.
Because I'm here to support the day laborers and the street vendors, because truly we're a community that they're not allowing us to do our work.
Seguido nos están quitando y sí nos han puesto, varias veces nos han puesto multa.
Often they're taking away our things, and they've given us fines on several occasions.
Quisiéramos ver si nos pueden conseguir un espacio, un lugar donde nos podamos parar tranquilos para estar esperando el trabajo.
We would like to see if we could maybe be granted a space where we could be in peace just waiting for our work.
Nos paramos cerca de Home Depot porque las personas que nos van a contratar para hacerles el trabajo, ellos saben que nos paramos ahí.
We stay near Home Depot because the people who are hiring us knows that is where we stay.
Si nos vamos un poco más retirado, esas personas no nos van a ubicar, perdón, a ubicar en dónde estamos.
If we move away from there, those people won't be able to find where we are.
Es todo, gracias.
That's everything. Thank you.
Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
Buenas noches, señores. Mi nombre es Miguel Ángel Rodríguez y yo vengo del Centro de Jornaleros de Pomona.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Miguel Ángel Rodríguez, and I'm here with the day laborers of Pomona.
Y me reúno con mis compañeros también en busca de trabajo,
And I gather
de lo que es la construcción y todo, pues, y movimiento y limpieza de casas y casas vacías y eso.
And I gather here with the other gentlemen who are also looking for work, which is in cleaning houses and construction and other things.
Pues lo que vengo es para ver si se puede solucionar para que nos den a largo plazo, para que no quiten la herramienta y corran a las personas del sitio donde nos reunimos en busca de trabajo, pues. Entonces, nomás si se puede alargar el plazo o dónde, nomás con el permiso de ustedes.
I'm here to see if maybe you can extend a stay where we can be able to work, or where we can be able to find the work, or if you can possibly extend.
Y que se puede respetar a los vendedores también ambulantes también que también andan buscando.
And if you can also respect the street vendors who are also looking for trabajo.
Pues en busca de trabajo que siempre todo lo andamos buscando diariamente, pues.
Who are also looking for work, which we're all doing on a daily
Les
basis.
agradezco su comprensión y buenas noches.
Thank you for your understanding, and good night.
Gracias.
Javier Hernández, Jessica Alcocer, Fanelli Milan, Claudia Bautista.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Javier Hernandez. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Really excited to be here with you all today. My name is Javier Hernandez. I'm the Executive Director of the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice. We are a coalition of nearly 50 organizations that advocate for the rights of immigrants in the San Bernardino and Riverside counties. We reach over 100,000 community members every year, and thousands of those members are here residents of the city of San Bernardino. We recently opened an office in this city, and we're very excited to invest in this community and build with you all more equitable San Bernardino. I'm also a board member of IA United, which is a civic engagement table in the Inland Empire. So, as I mentioned, we're very excited to build with you all, to better the city and better the relationships that our members have with the city governments. Tonight you have and will continue to hear from entrepreneurs that live in the city and folks that work in the city as well. We're here to ask for the opportunity to work with you, to find solutions to the issues that affect the residents of the city. As we think through these solutions, though, we know that there's issues regarding food vendors and day laborers, and we're asking for a moratorium on enforcement that criminalizes immigrants. There was, to clarify, due to California law, there are no illegal vendors. Vendors these are businesses. They are allowed in our community. And what we want is finding ways to fully implement California law and not find ways to circumvent the law and in the process violate people's rights. We're looking forward to working with you all. We're looking forward to meeting with Mayor Helen Tran in the near future. And we also want to thank the other council members that we have already met with. And everyone here is welcome to visit our location here in San Bernardino, as it is a space for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jessica Alcocer. I am the Economic Justice Organizer with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice. And I am here to ask the City Council to take action for once and for all, and to allow us this moratorium so that we can think through some of these solutions. I am here to support the day laborers, the jornaleros, and the street vendors who work tirelessly day in and day out to sustain this city, to help beautify this place that we all call home. I am here to ask the City Council to enact an emergency ordinance to seize the operations by code enforcement who continue to intimidate day laborers and vendors with false narratives about existing laws and new state law. It is time for San Bernardino to stand with the open air economy, which is not only a staple of California, but it's also a multi-million-dollar economy that can thrive under the proper investment of the city. We need a moratorium so we can think through these solutions together. And there are many ways that we can approach this. We just need to work together to find some of these solutions, and we need to start somewhere. The day laborers and the street vendors, they're not a problem, they're not a nuisance, they're a missed opportunity for San Bernardino, and we need to take action. And we need to invest in this community and the open air economy, which is everywhere. Lastly, I want to thank the council members, Sanchez and Figueroa, for meeting with me a couple weeks ago. It was really great to speak with you all, to hear your thoughts and to hear your ideas. I look forward to continuing that conversation. And as always, thank you, and we'll see each other again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Fanelli Milan. Good evening, Mayor Tran, council members, and community. My name is Fanelli Milan, and I'm the IE community organizer with the Pomona Economic Opportunity Center. We're also part of the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice, and I'm here in support of the emergency ordinance that the San Bernardino street vendors and day laborers are requesting today. City enforcement, unfortunately, continues to waste vital resources targeting our community, our working community instead. It seems like every weekend, street vendors get cited and their equipment gets confiscated, while day laborers are harassed and they're being kicked out of their informal work site. They have been there for over 15 years, and they're not planning to go anywhere. Both street vendors and day laborers have been greatly affected by the constant harassment from code enforcement, and we're here once again to ask for your help to find a permanent solution for them to continue providing for their families and earning a living in a healthy and safe way. We need investment, not criminalization, and we ask you to please support an emergency ordinance to stop the criminalization of our street vendors and day laborers in San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudia Bautista, Lizette Mendoza, Roberto Martinez Flores, Karen Sosa.
Please state your name.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the community. My name is Claudia Bautista, Interim Executive Director for the Pomona Economic Opportunity Center. The first time that we were here wearing these orange jackets was in December of 2021. And the reason why we were here was after the raid that happened around that time in the corner of Lincoln and Highland, the same corner that we're now talking about. There was conversations that happened with the city last year, and we were in conversations with the city manager as well, the former city manager, to figure out how we could open a worker center here in the city. Unfortunately, as we see, it's been over a year, and we haven't really found a long-term or sustainable solution to what's happening. Unfortunately, there has been changes in leadership in both the city and also in our organization, and so obviously there was breakage in communication around that. However, we do want to make it clear that even if we are able to open a worker center, which we're still hoping for, we do not want to see continued criminalization of our community. And, even if a worker center is open, we don't want, continued tickets and enforcement and threats from the police and code enforcement for our community. So that's why we're here. We're also in support of the emergency ordinance for the street vendors and the day laborers. Again, if the solutions are taking over a year to find, I know that ICIJ has been here for over 3 years fighting for something for street vendors. Why is enforcement continuing? Why are we continuing to, get money or get time from the community to try to solve this issue? The tickets do take time off of people's day-to-day that they need to survive. These people are folks that are living on paycheck to paycheck. Our day laborers don't even get a paycheck to paycheck. They live day by day. And so, the enforcement might make sense on your end. However, on our side, the community is suffering and we can't continue this. And that's why we're asking for this emergency ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Sí, mi nombre es Roberto Martínez Flores.
My name is Roberto Martinez Flores. Flores?
Sí, Flores.
Yes, Flores. Continue.
May I ask the
Sí,
interpreter to get
vengo-
closer to the mic or
mi
move the
nombre-
mic to the middle?
Sí, sí.
Thank you.
De aquí, ¿verdad?
Sí, aquí está.
Sí, sí.
Gracias.
Mi nombre es Roberto Martínez Flores.
My name is Roberto Martinez Flores.
Vengo del Centro Jornalero de San Bernardino
I'm coming from the Day Laborers Center in San Bernardino
a solicitar, vaya, que pues nosotros somos trabajadores y los puedan dejar trabajar en la parada de San Bernardino.
to request and to say that we are workers and we would like to request that we can stay at the stop in San Bernardino.
Porque nosotros llevamos de ahí de la parada, llevamos nuestro sustento diario para alimentar nuestra familia.
Because from that stop, we take home the sustenance to feed our families.
Y gracias a Fanny que ella pues está poniendo de su parte para que nosotros podamos allí pararlos y poder tener un espacio estable para poderlos estar allí buscando sustento.
And thanks to Fanny, who has been putting in her labors so that we can stay there and so that we can look for our sustenance.
Y por eso le pedimos de favor que si lo pueden apoyar para que paren todas las redadas de que lo puedan intimidar a nosotros cuando llegan los policías ahí a correrlo, pues, y esa es la única que nosotros podemos buscar trabajo.
And that's why we're asking that if you can please stop the raids and that the police come there to intimidate us where we are looking for work.
Es que solamente le digo que le pide de favor, le digo que lo puede apoyar, le digo, para que esto pues pueda parar y tener fe, pues que yo sé que esto se va a componer y pues nosotros, el trabajo ha bajado y está escaso y si los corren, pues nosotros ya no vamos a poder.
And I'm asking that you please support us, and as you well know, our work is low, and then we won't be able to.
Gracias por todo, le digo ahí, pues vaya, gracias por todo, que Dios pues vaya, los escuche y los pueda ayudar a cada uno de nosotros. Y gracias a Fanny por todo.
And thank you for everything, and hopefully God can hear us, and thank you to Fanny for everything.
Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
Karen Sosa. Good afternoon, everyone. My mom spoke earlier also about the problem with street vending. She's been a street vendor for longer than I was born. I'm 16, and ever since I was like in 3rd grade, I've been helping her. And I know what it's like. I've experienced it firsthand, the harassment and the discrimination. That's why I'm in favor of the 1-year moratorium so they don't take their equipment away and don't confiscate anything. Also, I'm in support of the day laborers. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lizeth Mendoza, and I'm also with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice. I've been here since 2019 trying to work on this, and I know that we've done baby steps, and there's things that we can't that we can say are probably small victories with the city of San Bernardino. And I know that there's been efforts made, but not enough, right? I think you continue to lean on criminalization versus education and true investment. I recently traveled to my parents' hometown, right? Technically, my mom is also still a street vendor, but has found unique ways to continue to sustain for herself and for her family. And so I went back to her hometown recently, where street vending, you know, when I was a kid, she would talk about, you know, how amazing it was and how she started like this young lady at like 3rd grade selling oranges near the cemetery because people would take offerings to the dead or, you know, just eat a snack on the way or in or out of the cemetery. So it's cultural, right? It's something that we bring from our Latin American countries and abroad. And if you've ever traveled abroad, you see how if a sidewalk vendor has a mobile cart the size of 4x6 or a little bit bigger, or they're on a standard, I'm thinking of the word in Spanish, or if they're carrying the items on them, they're still all helping build this open air economy of allowing for that foot traffic to also bleed into the economy of the brick and mortar, right? And they coexist. And we need to imagine that whether you're on that council up there, you're the city manager, whoever you are here, that they can coexist, and they're gonna coexist even more now. We learned from the county a lot more yesterday, because brick and mortars can partner with sidewalk vendors now that they have the appropriate carts coming in place. So there's revolutionary carts that I hope you all will get to meet in about 2 to 3 weeks. Revolutionary Carts is gonna come to our office, and they can come and cater to you if you'd like. Where tamales, right? Corn on the cob, tacos al vapor, and what's the other one? Hot dogs can be offered through this cart. That the design, a lot of you are investing in arts, which is amazing, that we could put art or messages on these carts that also help with community engagement, or a survey that you all need to do to get in the hands of the residents, for example. So we need to imagine that. And then the last thing I'll say with 30 seconds, we sent a letter, or one of our interns sent a letter to remind you what ACLU and Public Counsel told you, to seize all the issuance of citations until we find how you're actually issuing those citations appropriately, and then bar the police department from enforcing health regulations. Don't have the police go out with code enforcement, and eliminate having vendors forcing them to sign no business operation forms, because that's illegal according to SB 946 and SB 972. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Jesus Montiveros. Jesus Montiveros.
Please state your name.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening to everyone.
Mi nombre es Jesús Ontiveros
My name is Jesus Ontiveros.
y he trabajado como jornalero en el área de San Bernardino por años.
And I have worked as a day laborer in the area of San Bernardino for ¿cuántos años?
4 years.
For 4 years.
Mis compañeros y yo nos congregamos en un sitio donde contratistas y personas de la comunidad llegan diariamente requiriendo nuestros servicios.
My coworkers and I, we congregate in a place where contractors and other people in the community come on a daily basis requiring our services.
Para mejoras de la infraestructura de esta ciudad,
To improve the infrastructure of this city.
el 16 de febrero y ayer llegaron las autoridades locales, llegaron a amenazar con multas nuevamente sin ofrecer una explicación concreta.
On the 16th of February and yesterday, the local authorities came to threaten us with fines once again, and to not offer us any concrete explanations.
O una alternativa para poder trabajar Esto es injusto, por eso estoy aquí para pedirles que... Okay.
Or any alternatives, and that's to be able to work, and that's why, and this is unjust, and that's why I'm here to request
Que paren los operativos contra nosotros y nuestros compañeros, los vendedores ambulantes.
that you stop the operations against us and our, and the street vendors,
Y que en lugar la ciudad enfoque sus recursos en soluciones de largo plazo.
and that in its place, the city focus its resources on long-term solutions,
Y en actualizar los reglamentos de acuerdo a las leyes actuales.
and to actualize the regulations according to the current laws.
Que paren de multar y desalojarnos de nuestro lugar de empleo,
That they stop fining us and removing us from our place of employment,
sin que nos ofrezcan una alternativa de largo plazo.
without being able to offer us an alternative for the long term.
Las multas no son una solución ni un buen uso de recursos.
The fines are not a good solution or a good use of the resources
Cuando hay soluciones de por medio que podemos llevar a cabo.
when there's other solutions that we can be carrying out.
Gracias, que pasen buenas noches.
Thank you and good night.
Gracias.
Okay, the next speaker is Simi Miller. If you can please unmute your mic, you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Hello and good evening, everyone. My name is Simeon Miller, and I am speaking to the council today because I'm deeply concerned about public safety in the city, and especially closest to my community. For years, I have lived near CSUSD and have often walked to and from campus from morning to night. In both instances, I have nearly been hit by speeding cars who do not look at what is in front of them. With this said, I'm wondering, what is the city going to do to address the poor lighting in the area, in front of the university, and around State Street? What about the speed bumps, which have been sorely needed around the elementary school that's also in that area? Something needs to happen soon, because it is only a matter of time before someone gets hurt or worse, killed. And that includes me, and I'm hoping it's not a kid. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Aurora Sanchez Mata, please unmute your mic. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Aurora Sanchez Mata.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Aurora Sánchez. Soy vendedora ambulante aquí en el área de San Bernardino y estoy pidiendo a las autoridades, a quien corresponda, que paren por completo las multas y los decomisos de nuestros equipos de trabajo, ya que bajo la nueva ley estatal SB 972 tenemos nuevas protecciones y las autoridades locales tienen la responsabilidad de actualizar sus prácticas y regularizaciones. También les pedimos que dejen de desalojar a nuestros compañeros jornaleros de su lugar de empleo cuando no les han dado una alternativa a largo plazo.
Aurora.
Por favor, perdón.
Si puede pausar, por favor, para que intérprete pueda interpretar lo que dijo. Gracias.
It's okay. Good afternoon. My name is Aurora Sanchez, and I have worked as a day laborer in the area of San Bernardino. My coworkers and I congregate in a place where many people from the community come on a daily basis and are requiring of our services. The infrastructure of this for the infrastructure of this city. Continúa, Aurora.
Sí, yo estoy pidiendo que paren las redadas y que paren de desalojar a nuestros compañeros jornaleros que están allí para buscar trabajo para el sustento de sus hijos. No somos ningunos criminales,
Si puedo pausar, por favor.
I'm asking that you stop the raids on my coworkers and the day laborers. They are not criminals, they're just people that are looking for work.
Puede seguir, señora.
Sí, les pedimos a todas las autoridades a quien corresponda que pues nos hagan el paro y nos hagan el favor de intervenir para que no nos sigan multando y quitándonos nuestros equipos de trabajo, ya que con el sudor de nuestra frente nos lo hemos ganado.
We're asking that you stop and that you intervene, and so that you help us to be able to do what we need to do to work.
Puede continuar.
Pues pienso que es todo, porque por el momento pues yo he sido una víctima de las multas que la policía nos ha estado dando. A mí me han multado en 2 o 3 ocasiones también.
Aurora, I have also been a victim of the fines that they have been giving out on several occasions.
Muchas de las veces apenas sacamos los gastos y luego vamos a sacar para pagar las multas. Es muy difícil.
And many times we barely make in order to make up for our expenses, and then to make up for the fines is very difficult.
Espero su comprensión y muchas gracias.
I would appreciate your comprehension, and thank you very much.
Gracias.
The individual at the phone number ending in 6223, if you can please unmute yourself and address the council, you have 3 minutes.
Please state your name as well.
My name is Georgia Lucaresso. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank everyone in advance for your consideration for some of the issues I want to talk to you about. I've been here in the city for about six years now. We bought a home, and we realized there was an issue with cats, and especially, and as you are aware, we have a major issue with dogs. It's actually mind-blowing at how many appear on the street every single day, many without identification and or a microchip. But that's not what I'm here to talk to you about. I recently volunteered for the homeless census and found a lot of people living in homeless camps. And one of the other things that we saw were many animals, including puppies. I was told by some of the homeless that they don't have access to any supports, and especially for food, let alone veterinary care for their animals. So shortly after that, I called around to find homeless organizations that might be going around to see if they could help or if I could help, and I was told there was none. So after I reached out to some people that I know in the rescue industry, and I actually found out that a friend of mine, a woman that I already know, did this privately for some time now. So we went out together to a couple of these camps and found a great need, especially for spay, neuter. There were many pregnant dogs, many nursing mothers, puppies, and animals that are desperate need of veterinary care. She actually went the next day and picked up a paralyzed dog and 3 puppies that were in bad shape. There is obviously a dire need here. Many of these animals are mostly strays that were already intact, and they're multiplying. And many are ending up back on our streets and in our shelters. I was also told that we have a mobile vet mobile, or a vet mobile that I was hoping we could get an update on. How soon do we know when that's going to happen? And I'm hoping that we can coordinate some type of effort to do a mass spay and neuter campaign at these camps. This could help definitely curb this canine explosion. It's terrible, and the animals are suffering. They're suffering, and I'm hoping that, and I'm begging you for the animals. We need help now. It needs to happen now. It's just getting worse. It's horrible. I was told tonight by someone that the council would shut me down, and I am desperately hoping she's wrong. The animals are hoping she's wrong. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Okay. The last speaker is E. Negrete. If you can please unmute your mic, you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to submit my comment via distance. I had some questions regarding agenda item 2. It's not agenda item 2, but it's regarding agenda item with the BIP. I saw in there that there's a request for over $1 million for health. And the total so far of what's available in the agenda for reading was $3,800,000. My question is, if the $3,800,000 is all grant funding, isn't that enough already for, to provide the additional services? And if it's not enough, is the $1,160,000, where is that coming from? Is that going to be additional grant funding? And of course, I did catch that there was no RFP for that one. And some of the information available, it stated that they are the only qualified entity. Well, how would anyone know that that's the only qualified entity if it's not going out for RFP? When I did a quick search for Crossroads in LA, I didn't see much information of where they are providing the health. Because to me, when I think of victims, I would think maybe a psychologist, a counselor, a nurse, someone that could provide professional services for the victims. And how is this actually going to work when VIP has continued to say that this is a crime intervention program? Where would you have the details so that you can actually confirm that services are being provided on both sides? I remember that Councilwoman Ibarra was the member that questioned where was any factual evidence to see that VIP had actually functioned. Wouldn't it be best to provide some of this grant funds to San Bernardino Police Department, because there are other law enforcement agencies who have their own crime prevention programs. And of course, there's a way to have accountability for them. That's, I would like to have that clear before you actually take any votes, or ask you to table this. And I would also like to give my appreciation and thank Chief Goodman and welcome him formally. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Now we will move to the City Manager's report. And Jeff, looks like you will be speaking on this. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I will be brief. Got a few updates to provide you. Let's see. First, a number of you were at the premiere launch of the Breeze Airways flight to Las Vegas and to Hartford, Connecticut. There were the founder of Breeze Airways, people from the IVDA, the founder, and of course Elvis Presley was there to welcome people and the excited travelers. It's a nice event, and it's a big success for the airport. The police were very busy in the month of February. 2 key drug busts I'd like to talk about. One, the narcotics unit did a traffic stop and found 20,000 fentanyl pills, along with 2.2 pounds of black tar heroin, getting that off the street. That was on February 15th, and also on February 15th, they conducted a number of search warrants for illegal marijuana dispensaries and grows, and were able to seize 6,572 plants and 812 pounds of marijuana. So congratulations to the police department for getting that off the street. The Ingram branch of the San Bernardino Public Library received over 100 books from the estate of Dr. Margaret Hill, who passed away last year. Much of the collection were written by African-American authors on topics relevant to people of color. Margaret Hill, as many of you know, was a lifelong champion of literacy, especially with youth. So we were very pleased that that collection found its way to the San Bernardino Public Library. And over in the corner, he tends to be a little bit shy in these meetings. but our own Information Technology Director, Roland Kornblau, received the state, and CIO stands for Chief Information Officer Leadership Award at the State Information Academy. So congratulations to Roland. You never seem to notice IT unless something goes wrong, and Roland and his staff have been working very hard since he came aboard about a year ago to really update and transform the IT here in the city of San Bernardino. Couple events coming up. This Saturday is Arts Fest at the Court Street Square, bringing together dancers, theatrical performances, artists, vendors, food vendors, showcasing some of the best in performance, creative, and culinary arts from San Bernardino. It will be from 10 to 2, just down the street from here at the Court Street Square. This, I believe, is the second year since the pandemic that we've held it in person again. And finally, if you are not familiar with Project Fighting Chance or have not seen the upgrades at Ruben Campos Community Center, there will be a grand opening and open house a week from Saturday between 1 and 3 p.m. to highlight what Project Fighting Chance will be doing at the community center, as well as, like I said, the really beautiful updates at the center. Project Fighting Chance programs will include boxing fitness, tutoring, mentoring, the arts, chess, and free meals. That'll be great for the kids to take up boxing, fitness, and other ways of personal growth. With that, I turn it back to the mayor, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Now, next is the Mayor and City Council updates. We can start with Councilman Sanchez and work our way down.
Thank you, Mayor. Free In-N-Out burgers for young readers. The San Bernardino Public Library is partnering again with In-N-Out Burger to promote reading with its cover-to-cover program. The reading program runs from Saturday, March 4th to April 15th for children ages 4 to 12 who will receive a coupon for a free burger or cheeseburger for every 5 books they read. I can't encourage that enough. I think that will include the council agenda if you so choose, but reading gives a wonderful opportunity to expand horizons for people. People grow, and I know there tends to be a focus on learning, and that's why you read. But there's a real enjoyment. There's an enrichment that happens in your life that lasts from when you can first read your first book to the last book you read. There's a real joy and an enrichment of your life when you're able to expand your horizons by just simply opening up a book. So I encourage all the parents out there who are watching to encourage reading among their kids and children who, well, I don't think they'd be watching this, but if by chance you are, read. It really improves your life. That's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ibarra's not here. I just want to make note of that. And Councilman Figueroa?
No updates.
Councilman Charette? Councilman Reynoso?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief so get this done. Wanted to highlight the snow. Teacher made a very good point, though. Me and my partner were also feeling, as we're throwing snowballs on the north end, and it's like a winter wonderland. Phenomenal. We're thinking about, because I went out and drove, like people are freezing, and they've been freezing. Before it was snowing, they were freezing. So thank you for all that you do. I'm sorry that you have to do it. We also have some discrepancies with the homeless outreach team application. I wanted anybody listening who's applied and had that issue to know that we're working on it with community economic development. We're going to keep that open because we have a lot of people who do this work already, and we want to contract with you as possible. Shouldn't be a teacher, but if you're interested, Potholes, Mayor, I want to thank you too. Your social media is incredible. She posted something today that's really like visually appealing as well, but it was informing the city that the potholes, I know she gets that information from the city, but that's what you do in this role, and I really appreciate you. But the potholes are being filled, and she made a good point to notice everyone that obviously when it rains, we're out there like, going crazy trying to fill these potholes. It rains, they're all empty again. Got to fill it again. So it's on a repeating basis. I'm still pushing for some kind of workshop, some kind of public outreach tool that educates people on the Go SB City app, because people still are not using it, but if they knew how to use it, then I think we'd have a lot more request orders, unfortunately, but that's what these people are paid to do, is to get the streets right, keep our infrastructure as nice as possible. I know we got some things on the agenda about not fixing main thoroughfares, but that's always something that we're gonna focus on. In the same vein, I wanna inform the 5th Ward specifically that I know around the city we're getting a lot of housing. But a lot of the times, unfortunately, you find out the issues, like was mentioned before. We don't appreciate IT until there's an issue. We don't realize there's an issue around housing development or standards when it comes to like street light proximity, the kind of seal and slurry we're using in the neighborhoods until there's issues. And I have, unfortunately, some of our public works team was up there in the north end of Verdemont, where it's most extreme flooding. And so I've got some ideas around housing, but it's informed by the residents there. But I want to focus primarily right now on housing when it comes to development, because there's a lot of housing that's being pushed through, but there's not a lot of regulation or accountability that's coming with that, because it's always been the history of like, we need houses, okay, let's just get them in, let's just get them in. And then 10 years later, we've got tons of issues. I'm focusing on that. I know our street vendors left, and a lot of people don't know what we had been working on before, but it was creating a legitimate process for permitting, and so that people have the educational tools that they know, because these people are hardworking people and they deserve the opportunity to do it. I appreciate you, Mr. Ojeda, for allowing people to work at the SV Food Fest, and we welcome you back. But we have to pick that up, because unfortunately with the loss of the last city manager, a lot of the items that we're working on kind of just like fell through the cracks. And as they were mentioning as well, it's on their part too, but we were this close to getting them a space where that could be a trusted resource for these people working out in the community to get this done. Because that's compromise. We know about all the issues, but we have to do something solution-oriented for them as well, and for us. Also, I think many of you noticed recently, and I was speaking to the mayor about this too, and some of the other people around town, that it seems like car washes are popping up like daisies. And we have to do something about it, and I know our team does not want car washes everywhere, but we have to do everything legally. And so you have my commitment as a council member that I'm not in any favor of a car wash. I'll be at the planning commission meeting. We shouldn't have to sacrifice our land just for car washes. They're trying to propose to build them across the street from each other everywhere. And what does the city look like with car washes all over the place? Not somewhere I really want to live, and it's not the San Bernardino that I came here to change. There's a Verdemont Neighborhood Association meeting happening next Tuesday. It'll be the first Tuesday of every month moving forward, I believe through June at least, 6 o'clock p.m. at the Little League. The first Tuesday of every month, 6 o'clock p.m. at the Little League. If you live up in Verdemont, come out. I'll be there as well to hear all your concerns, and I'm trying to create informed policy, and so I have to be there with you. And in that same vein, once again, we're having a town hall, and it's in collaboration. I know there's been some confusion. It's in collaboration with the Hudson Neighborhood Park Association. We're doing it at First Baptist Church on March 11th at 10 a.m. Originally, I had planned to start with Blair Park. I wanted to do it like from east to west, but Hudson, I had some people who just jumped on me as soon as they heard the idea, and I was like, okay, we can start there. Blair Park is next. You have your town hall and neighborhood association collaboration meeting. We'll bring the department directors out in May, but on March 11th, we'll have some of the department heads there at First Baptist Church, 10 a.m. I want to thank Joy Anderson of the neighborhood association there in Hudson, and also Pastor Jim Newell, First Baptist Church, for hosting us. It's going to be a great event. I have two more, no, actually one more. And this is on a personal note. I want to thank all of the people in the community for Black History Month. We know it's a short month, but at the end of it, I was accompanied by Mayor Tran, Councilwoman Calvin, Councilmember Alexander at Ecclesia Christian Fellowship, Gwen Dowdy Rogers here, our county school board member, a couple other people in the audience. And obviously, it's not easy to be a council member. It's not easy to be a human in general, but I am a man of faith, to be honest with you. I might not go to church every Sunday, but you cannot shake my belief in God. And being prayed over by a community, like that was powerful. Holding council members' hands, being close, and just feeling it, and being appreciated, and feeling like you're protected by people who want to see you do good. I know that you all want to see us do good. Whether we do wrong or right amongst you on the day in and day out, ultimately, we all want to see this council especially do good on your behalf. So I want to thank Pastor Beckley and Ecclesia Christian Fellowship for hosting us and praying over us. And I'll end on that now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Calvin?
Yes, good evening, and thank you, Mayor Tran. I'm so glad to see those of you who are out here, because I know that it's really cold outside. So thank you very much for coming to your city hall to be able to voice all of your concerns, and we're here to listen to all of you and hopefully to be able to assist. So I also want to thank all the organizations in our city who held Black History Month events. It was really wonderful, and I'm very grateful to have participated in a large number of them. I'd like to thank the Love Project and the San Bernardino County Department of Behavioral Health. They held a workshop earlier last week on how to identify the signs of bipolarism, because when we are working with our unsheltered community, when we're working with a lot of folks who are still suffering from mental health issues, from surviving COVID, it is important that we be able to recognize some signs. So I really thank them for that workshop that they put on. I'd like to announce that the Mount Vernon Neighborhood Association and the Shirelles Neighborhood Association are going to be partnering real soon, so I will have that information for you at our next council meeting on the 15th. And for those of you who would like some information about that, you can contact me at Calvin, CALVIN _KI@sbcity.org. I'd like to thank the Public Works Department for the new flashing light that is coming to 14th and Mount Vernon. There were over 200 parents at Dr. Mildred Dalton Henry Elementary School that got together, brought me in, wanted to voice their concerns, and so that has will be taking place. So I'm really thankful to the director, Mr. Hernandez at Public Works, for making that happen for the community. We really appreciate that. I'm really also excited that the San Bernardino, our council, that we approved a youth council, and we know that we're working on an application, and that's in partnership with San Bernardino City Unified School District. And so we should have an application coming soon, because we want to make sure that our incoming seniors and juniors will have that application before school is out. And I'd like to thank this is now Women's History Month, so I want to say thank you to every woman that has sat in this seat, and that would be Valerie Pope Ludlam. That would also be Councilwoman Betty Dean Anderson and Councilwoman Bessine Richard. So I thank you them for the work that they put in here.
Thank you. So I will go with some of my updates, but I first want to start off with thanking staff, Police Chief Goodman and your team for really keeping us safe, and all the efforts that you're doing to get things illegal things off the streets, the fentanyl and all that. So thank you. And thanking the staff at Public Works for really working truly hard to fill in the potholes, the streets, and responding due to the rain and so forth. So thank you so much, staff. And I congratulate our IT director for the wonderful award. Again, thank you, staff. Like, all of you are working so hard, and I just want to say much appreciated. We recognize that we see you. I also want to mention that I did attend the new Mayors and City Council Academy in Universal City. That's paid for by the city, February 2nd and to the 3rd. And that was for me as a new elected to know the do's and don'ts of an elected official and best practices. So it was very enlightening, and making sure that I don't get myself in trouble and our colleagues. So it was really good for me. I also want to mention on February 17th, I attended Congressman Pete Aguilar's media event, where he announced that he secured $3 million in funding for, critical improvements to 3rd Street between Victoria Avenue and Del Rosa Avenue. And he continues to fight for the city to bring in funding, resources to ensure that we are improving our city. So thank you, Congressman Aguilar, for all your hard work. I also I want to thank former Councilman Ricky Van Johnson and Pastor Beckley with the Ecclesia Church, who had, which Councilman Reynoso mentioned, about the Day of Prayer for City Leaders, and also a celebration of the Black History Month. So that was very beautiful. It was very, very touching to see all the leaders coming together and be prayed upon, so that way we continue to do the great work that we're doing for our city. As well as I was invited to to attend Celebration of Black History Month by Believers Christian Center Church, Pastor Greg Waltz, and coordinated by Cheryl McLeod. Thank you so much. I attended that, and it was, they were very surprised that I showed up, but it was a beautiful to see the celebration of Black History Month with them. And I actually today, so thank you, Councilwoman, for mentioning the Youth Council. Today, I was invited by San Manuel's Youth Council to meet them. And I'm excited about our Youth Council. And I mentioned when our city starts that up for both Youth Council to get together and to really ensure to, see our youth and as they are stepping into leadership in the future. So supporting our youth is critical for the succession of our future sustainability and so forth. So that was beautiful. And okay, that's the update from me. Moving on to consent calendar. Do we have any polls by any council member?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
I will pull item 11.
11.
Thank you.
City Manager Eddie would like to pull item number 11. I see City Attorney mentioning something else.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's item 7.
Item number 7? Okay.
Yes. Not 11.
So item number 7, pulled by the City Manager. Council members, any polls from the consent item? I'll start with Councilman Sanchez and go work our way down. Will do. Councilman Figueroa?
Number 8.
Number 8, okay. Councilman Charette?
I think I'm not going to be the only one, but I'll pull number 2.
Councilman Reynoso?
I was going to pull 7, but I just have questions on 8 and 9. Just questions.
8, 9. Councilwoman Calvin?
And I was prepared to pull 2, and my colleague, Councilmember Fresheret, took care of that for me.
Councilwoman Ibarra just returned. Do you have any polls on the consent?
No.
Thank you. So, Madam City Clerk, can you go through the polls?
Just 2.
We need a motion to approve consent, the remaining consent items.
Motion to move the balance.
Second.
Madam City Clerk?
The digital voting should be open on your end. No? Okay, I'll take voice votes. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay.
Consent passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the polls, number 2, is the approved professional services agreement to Southern California Crossroads for hospital-based community violence intervention services. I have David Miranda.
Yes, David Miranda. Ready for your questions? Concerns?
Yeah, I think that that we should be going out to an RFP for this, especially for a contract this large and an issue as sensitive as this. We need to be in the practice of putting out an RFP. Also, I didn't see the application that was submitted to the state board for this grant money. Was that in the backup?
That was included in prior meetings when you guys approved and received the award back in, what was that, September 21st,
It was there?
2022.
Yeah,
Yes.
you guys should have included it on the staff report. So I would ask that we direct staff, my motion would be to direct staff to put out an RFP for this hospital-based VIP program grant dispersal. That's my motion.
I'll second it and make my comments. I pulled this, I felt the same way. Even though we've got grant money of $3.8 million for violence intervention, I still think we need to be very cautious how we spend it, where it goes, and who gets it. I have my concerns about this program in its total capacity. And I don't think that I've been satisfied or have seen really solid evidence that the VIP program is working. And I'd be interested if you could very, very quickly, I second the motion and I want to go out to an RFP, but I know what the VIP program is. What's the difference between a VIP program that we're currently got? We've got 2 vendors that are participating. Is that not correct? 3 now? Or are you including this group? Okay, so this will make the 4th one.
Yes, that's correct.
This would make the 4th one. What's the other 2? I guess I'm missing the 3rd one.
The 3rd one is Operation New Hope, and you guys approved the American Rescue Plan money?
Yeah, and it's the same thing. It's just a lot of federal money just floating around, giving it to nonprofits and giving it to people, and I don't see the empirical evidence that it's working. And so I have a real problem with taxpayers' money. I don't care if it's ARP money, I don't care if it's a grant, I don't care what it is. I think government spends our money way too quickly and too easily, and it's just, I have a real problem with some of these programs. But if you could quickly, maybe just very briefly, what's the difference between a hospital-based VIP program and the other 3 that we are already using, where they're nonprofits that go out and meet with the possible perpetrators and the possible victims and try to get them both out of the line of fire, so to speak?
So there's several violence reduction strategies that exist in the nation. One is a focused deterrence, which is what the mayor and council approved here prior to my arrival. And that is a very law enforcement heavy approach, which our city police department was not prepared to fulfill at the time. And it's getting, with the new leadership, it is changing. However, we're not fulfilling the full components of a focused deterrent strategy, right? Which calls for direct, respectful communication by the police department to the at-risk population in settings like roundtables, call-in sit-downs, where not only do you have law enforcement, but you have resource providers, faith-based leaders, community leaders, people who've experienced this life and were impacted by gun and gang violence, and they share their stories and they share their compassion and their shared mission to improve the quality of life in the city. That's a focused deterrence model. We approached it prior to the pandemic, and it fell apart during the pandemic for obvious reasons, and I don't want to get into that. But the other one that exists and is well known is Cure Violence. It's a street outreach program that really relies on people who have the shared and lived experience of people impacted by gun and gang violence, like folks in the city of San Bernardino. And you have people that were formerly incarcerated, formerly systems involved, formerly gang involved, have made the transition and are providing a restorative justice in community by offering mentorship, variety of alternatives to the lifestyle, lessons learned as adults, providing that to young people, right? So it's that public health approach that speaks to street outreach components. Then you have a hospital base and a school base, which pretty much means that you're gonna meet people bedside or you're gonna meet people in school, right? And you're gonna work with the youth, you're gonna work with the folks in the hospital that are already in bed, a little more vulnerable, isolated from their group, which gives outreach workers a better opportunity to speak to folks one-on-one, where they're already vulnerable, when they had a near-death experience, right? So that's the opportunity that we have with the hospital-based intervention. That is not to negate what's happening at Loma Linda, which is what we've been able to help build out there. The last direction I received here was to build local capacity at our city hospitals, which is what this program does. And we're doing it with a vendor that has a long history of doing strictly hospital-based intervention and school-based intervention. And the programs, there are elements, right? There's intervention elements and there's different strategies to provide intervention. Our scope of work right now really relies on crisis response, conflict mediation, rumor control, and that's one bucket. Then you have the proactive engagement, which goes out to communities impacted by gun violence, the hot areas, hot communities, hot people, with people that know how to connect with that population. Then you have the case management component, which is the heavy lift, which speaks to the transformation of an individual, a family, and a community. You start to work with the individual and their family so that you can actually transform a community, which therefore leads to transformation in the city. That is the heaviest thing to do, and you don't do it in a year or 2 years or in the middle of a pandemic where we saw the nation explode with gun and gang violence, or more so gun violence. So the difference between the vendors that we have now and Crossroads is that experience, that unique experience in hospitals. They develop protocols, not only in South Los Angeles, UCLA, and in Pomona Valley, but they do it outside of California as well. They help other states like Chicago, specifically Chicago and the state of Illinois, develop some approach to hospital-based intervention. The other provider in California that's known for this is Youth Alive, and they are in Northern California. Southern California Crossroads is the closest party that does this and has the longest history providing that. And we went with them for obvious reasons, right? Because the folks that we have now are qualified to do street outreach. They're building their capacity to do hospital-based intervention in Loma Linda, not in San Bernardino. So my charge was really to build an infrastructure here in the city, and I'm doing it without any city money. We're doing it, yes, with public money, and we are doing it with state and federal dollars. The city is already providing match with my salary and benefits, and we're leveraging not only the city's general fund dollars, but we're leveraging American Rescue Plan money to bring in additional dollars like CalVIP that specifically speaks to community violence intervention strategies that I just mentioned, hospital-based, street outreach, and focused deterrent strategies. However, a lot of cities in our state and in the nation are falling off the focused deterrence approach because it puts community and law enforcement, which is a tenuous relationship at the time, right? It's pretty hard to put two people in a room with law enforcement that traditionally see each other as adversaries. So the idea is to massage that in slowly, again, when the time is right. You just can't force neither the police department nor the community and put the outreach workers in the middle between it. It's a very delicate and nuanced field. It's not just like a primary prevention, which is our parks, our schools, our arts and programs. Those are great. You know, everyone feels good doing primary prevention. They're moldable. You can transform babies. You can try and transform youth. But people that have been let down by the system, let down by the families, it's a little harder to transform. So you need to have folks that are culturally competent that can work with them. And intervention agencies like the ones we have today, again, I'll list the three: Operation New Hope, Hope Culture, and Young Visionaries. I spoke to all three executive directors about bringing in a third party. I did that out of respect, because you cannot just bring an outside agency into a city like San Bernardino to do gang intervention work. It's a very unique and dangerous field. When I first started in the city of San Bernardino, I was directed by people that are no longer here to do that year one, and I went against that recommendation. That's not how you start to build capacity for violence intervention workers with outside people. All right, so you build local capacity first, then you bring in outside parties that have a lot more skills, a lot more resources that can help us meet the match that we are obligated to fulfill to the state. We are not precluded for doing sole source contracts. The state does not preclude us from doing that, doesn't prohibit us. We can do this, all right? And I get it. I don't know what other sole source contracts you guys had to approve, but in this case, we went through the due diligence. And I asked for permission, not only for you guys, I'm asking you guys from consent, but I asked from the community first. That's who I asked for, because that's who I work with, that's who they interface with. And out of respect, I got their approval first. And lastly, I'm coming for your approval. Not only are we doing hospital-based intervention, we're getting an agency that's gonna allow us to administer a mandated evaluation plan. If you don't want to do this through them, you're going to have to pay me additional $160,000 to do the local evaluation that I've been doing for free. For CalVIP 1, CalVIP 3, and now CalVIP 4 that we're coming. So, and we're losing time. We're losing time. I can do this RFP again, but we're going to get the same results, and we're going to get Crossroads again.
Okay, I hear that, and I appreciate that, David. I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate the thought of it. But what are the metrics? What are we showing? What are the results? I haven't seen any really solid metrics.
There are, yes. Let me go there.
And all you hear on the news is violent crime, and this is getting worse and worse and worse. And of course,
Madam City Clerk?
Let's be an angel in heaven.
I don't know where that came from.
You're absolutely right. Violence.
I'm not, I want to go back to the home and back to the church and back to law enforcement and a respect for the law, not defunding the law, not having them as adversaries, but understanding that, you know, and the state has let us down. You say let down by the system. The state and the federal government has let us down in terms of making it, you see it all on the news. And I'm really tired of it, David, and I say this with all due respect to you and the job that you do, and I understand that, but I have a real problem with this. I think it's a lot of,
The nation is polarized.
I don't see the results.
No, the nation is polarized. Let me speak. The nation is polarized. I'm not going to deny it. And this contract, this grant does not take away a penny from anyone, a penny from anyone or the police department. At the end of the day, the police department, not the chief currently, but the assistant chief, we have an understanding. We support each other's programs. They provided a letter of support for this grant.
PD did?
The PD, yes.
Okay.
They did. And, we're going to revisit this opportunity of direct, full, respectful procedural justice with the police department, with the new chief. And I agree. We have a phenomenal chief, and it feels different. It truly does feel different in the city. And he has my support. Our contractors have his support. We support the police department. This program does not call for a defunding of the police. You can ask any community advocate that has come across our table that we're not promoting defunding the police here. These type of programs do not replace law enforcement. Law enforcement is not only law enforcement police, but we need community corrections. We need probation and parole, that's who that is, and we have the district attorney's office. And like you said, yeah, there are some laws that polarized our nation, right? It's like either you're too soft or too hard. We gotta find a balanced approach to this. And programs like these are that balance, bring that balance. You have the enforcement, the masculine side, right? The iron fist everyone loves to see and we need. And then you got the soft, delicate mother approach, right? And that's the balance that you have.
Right,
and programs like these are only successful when we have a strong law enforcement component. I'm gonna say that again. Programs like these are only successful when we have a strong, focused law enforcement component. And I'll stop there.
Okay, well, thank you. I think that's probably a little more, I appreciate the information, though, very much. And you've helped me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam City Clerk, do I have speaker cues?
Councilmember Ibarra and Councilmember Sanchez have requested to speak.
Just so you know, I don't see the speakers on my queue. So we have Councilwoman Ibarra.
Hi, David. Just real briefly, I know we had the RFP go out last year, and from those RFP, we had Young Visionaries, Hope, and Operation New Hope, correct? And we had approved $3.8 million back in September 2022.
Oh, yes.
Correct.
Those are two different things.
Okay, and on this one, so I'm trying to figure out, in order for this fourth agency to get the 1.1, almost 1.2 million, what were the changes that you made with the other contracts in order for this fourth agency to get this much money?
I don't understand the question.
Is this a new grant that we got for 1.16?
It's the 3.8, 2.4 have been allocated to Hope Culture, and we still have the 1 million of grants that we can use.
Okay, and then earlier you mentioned that in order for us to do another RFP, it would take up your time and it would cost us 160,000. Is that where the 160,000?
Yeah, the 160,000 has to be used according to the state. It's stipulated in the grant that we have to use it for a local evaluation, and we can do it in-house, which is what I would be doing if we don't want to issue the 1.160 contract. So I wouldn't have to change any of the contracts that are in place now. I would just have to, if you see the PSA that's attached to the staff report, you'll see that it includes not only the traditional community violence intervention approach, but there's local evaluation attached to that. And that's the 160,000. The 1 million is actually 333,000 a year for the remainder of the contract, the grant cycle. But I wouldn't change anything to Operation New Hope, Hope Culture.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to clarify. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next is Councilman Sanchez. I do see the speakers on my queue now.
Yeah, you had said something that there was a community spoke out that they didn't want an RFP for this. That you had mentioned that you didn't want.
No.
Or what was it? What was it that you said?
I said
what was the motivation
if it
for
was okay for me to bring in Crossroads to do the work.
You had asked the council for that?
No, I had to ask the agencies.
Which agencies?
Hope Culture, Operation New Hope, the current VIP providers.
So you asked them, should I do an RFP? And they said no.
No, I didn't
bring
ask
in
them
Cross.
to do it, no. It
So
was
what
my
is it? Or
decision.
explain to me again then.
So I made the decision to look into outside agencies per the last request that I received here. You guys wanted 3 additional different vendors, and we got the same vendors in 2022 that submitted the proposals. And in 2018, we did the same thing. It's been 3 RFPs in the last 4 years for the violence intervention program. The Calville 4 is a little different, but what I did do is, okay, you guys are all fully funded, not only by the city, by the hospital, by probation, by OJJDP, DOJ. Would you guys be comfortable with me bringing an outside agency? And it's out of respect for them because they do the work in the field, if that's clear to you. And I'm now coming here to you guys because, again, we're not precluded, we're not prohibited from doing a sole source contract as long as it's justified. And it was justified by our procurement manager. Now, if you guys are saying we're not going to follow that and we'll go to an RFP, it's your city. It's your city. You decide. If you want to go after RFP, we will, and it'll be about 6 months, maybe, and we'll be running late, and I'll have at least 3 additional quarters to do on my own, plus run the existing program that we have now. Remember, I'm just one. I'm a program of 1. I don't have any support staff, and you guys don't want to give me any staff. You haven't wanted to. You've been cutting this program since I started, if you can remember that.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman, please, Madam City Clerk. Councilwoman Calvin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Miranda, for being here, and thank you for the explanations. I think it was great. It was thorough. I remember a while back when Loma Linda came, the doctor from Loma Linda, and described what actually goes on when we have a victim of gun violence or of violence, and the type of people that you need to come in to speak to them. And so you mentioned a few minutes ago that there is a team in Loma Linda, correct? But we cannot utilize that team here in San Bernardino, because my question was, when I read the backup information, was just simply that it was a organization from South Los Angeles. And when you're needing someone inside of a hospital, something happens tonight, they're actually going to get on the road and travel. And not knowing how that process actually takes place, but I still would have thought that having an organization to serve us who is local, but you're now saying to me, we do not have any organizations that would be able to fit the bill, or in your opinion, right? And that's why you went to the other organizations to be able to ask them if this was okay. Because San Bernardino is a city where they do not like folks to come out from the outside. I, being from San Bernardino, definitely understand that and why they feel that way. But my point is here. With the 1.1 mil that will be then going to this organization, Are we ever going to then be able to, are we training up locals to be able to serve in this capacity so that we don't have to continuously go outside of the city? Because I would think that that would make the most sense, the largest difference, have the largest impact, right, for our city. So just help me if you've already thought about that process, and will we need to keep them on deck for the entire time, utilize the whole entire grant with them, or maybe halfway through, we will have created a team of our own to be able to take over?
So I have got some insurances, because they've been doing this work for about 20 years, so they're gonna hire locally. They currently have San Bernardino folks on staff working in Los Angeles, so they can hire locally outreach workers and train them up. That's not off the table. They don't have a fully staffed team ready to come. They're just looking, all right, David, we have our expertise. We know your city needs this program, and we know Victory Outreach, we know Young Visionaries. They are doing hospital-based, they get the referrals to do the outside strategy. Loma Linda has their own community health workers. They actually poached a couple folks that were on our team, and then put them up, and now they're employed by Loma Linda because they know the dynamic, and they can do that. So they took a couple of our folks so that they can get their program running. That's not saying that the folks that we have here today cannot do the work in the hospitals here. They're tied. They're already subcontractors with Loma Linda. They're getting not only ARPA money, they're getting CalVIP 4 money through Loma Linda. You see what I'm saying? Because they see they're valuable to us still, and they're going to be contractors with us till 2025 as well with the American Rescue Plan money. But again, when I say they're at capacity, they're stretched in. They're super stretched in. They're at the hospital, they're at the school, they're in the community, and they're doing events, right? Now we've got 2 additional hospitals here that want and already offered their service, offered their space to us at the Health and Education Center. They said, David, come right in. Bring them in. So what we're doing so that we don't do what we do here is burn people out, right? We're bringing in somebody who has a little more experience to help our local agencies do this a little better. We're not gonna operate in silos, right? And we're building a team that looks like San Bernardino and is from San Bernardino. I'm not from San Bernardino. I'm from planet Earth. I have this lived experience, and I know what gang violence is. I know what gun violence and trauma does to people, but that doesn't mean I'm not valuable, or am I not valuable, right? There's a skill set that people have, and we have to maximize everybody's strength, right? And we're not doing that here. So what we're doing now with this contract is building up that field, that intervention capacity here for the hospitals, and we're doing local hire. If people want to apply, they can apply. They can apply and be Crossroad employees. And that's something that I look for.
And we'll make sure of?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but that's not the case.
Thank you. I have some questions. What I'm hearing is that you've done your due diligence to look at services that would provide the service that you're talking about here. Now, the RFP that the council is asking, it would bring in the same results, is what I heard, correct? And then
yes.
Okay. And in the staff report, it says that in the previous 2 bid requests, same existing providers. So it sounds like there was a due diligence and when you went out, but the responses came back the same.
Yeah.
So even if the city were to go back to RFP, would that be the same response we would be getting, or?
I believe so, and to be honest with the existing providers may not even go after it, and they won't have what we're looking for.
And my follow-up question to that, to the RFP process, say the city does move forward with the RFP process, would that jeopardize the grant funding of this $1 million plus to provide the services?
If we go to RFP, no, it just slows down the implementation. That's what it does. It slows down the implementation, and it just creates more, not work, because work is great. Again, I just will continue to do the quarterly progress reports, the local evaluation like I've been doing for the last 4.5 years. and which is what we won't be in compliance, because what we proposed, just like someone else said, to give this money to the police department, that's not what we proposed. That's not how we were awarded. We were awarded based on what we said we were gonna do. So we can't just say, oh no, we're not gonna do that anymore, do a bait and switch and then just give it to the police department. We can't just do that. We have to ask for that modification, and that takes time. When you have a state like California, you have 150 grantees with 2 program managers in the state. By the time they get to us, the grant might be over, because we don't need that much help, according to them. They see what we've been producing. They see how we move not only the CalVIP program, but the Youth Reinvestment Program, and we're actually the models, believe it or not.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see anyone else on the queue, so
Motion to approve.
We have a motion on the floor and a second for that motion. Are you wishing to make an alternative motion or a substitute motion to approve the item as presented by staff?
Substitute motion to approve.
Second.
Before we move forward, can I have Councilwoman Ibar
Just
make
a
some
quick
statements?
question. So I think we did have, we had approved Loma Linda, right, to provide those services, and right now what I'm gathering is that they were subcontracting with Crossroads for the work. That's what I was understanding
No,
from
no,
when
no,
you told
that's
us.
CalVIP 3, and we paid them $15,000 to do the local evaluation, which they withdrew from. They're gonna do the final local evaluation report. They got the IRB, the Institute Review Board approval to actually interview our participants to see the impact of the program, if any. So we will have a report produced by Loma Linda by December 2023. Right, that's when we have to submit it to the state. That is going to show what CalVIP 3 has done for the last 3 years. So you'll have something to review and critique. But in the interim, I mean, these are not my numbers. This is numbers that are produced by the police department. Year to date, we have a 7% reduction in gang-related shootings. We propose to do 5% annually. We did 7. In addition to that, we have a 50% reduction in gang-related shootings, non-fatal shootings. Again, this is not my numbers. These are produced by the Police Department Crime Analysis Unit. Now, if you don't want to believe the 50% reduction, that's fine. That's fine, because there's limited information in shootings. We understand that. Even if we cut it by half, that's a 25% reduction in gang-related shootings, which is our focus. That's our focus. Now, if you don't want to believe that either, in the last 3 years, because in the last 4 years since we've been collecting this data for this program specifically, we have a 23% reduction in gang-related homicides. That's our 3-year average. It's going down. And we only started doing that because we collected the data for this program. All right? So again, 3-year average for gang-related shootings, 43%. Again, if you don't want to believe any of those numbers, cut them down by half, and those are still significant reductions. Now, beginning of the year, just so you guys know, beginning of the year, January 2023, we had 3 homicides. Do any of you guys know how many homicides we had in January 2022? For the whole city. I'm talking about by the city. We had 11 homicides. Overall homicides, 11 homicides in the month of January for 2022, 2021, and now we have 3 homicides for the entire month of January. What's the percentage on that reduction? That's a 50% reduction. Yeah, it's just the first month, but we're on a good path, and that's not because of me. It's not because of our little program. It's because of a collective impact with the police department, with the community, our service providers. We are all on the front line. All of us are on the front line.
Yeah, so I mean, I wasn't disputing that, there's some merit to the program. I, again, wanted to do an RFP. If our public works director came up and said, hey, isn't repaving streets a priority? Let's go ahead and do it. I have this, this asphalt company that can go ahead and put the street down. We'd say go out to an RFP. So I think it's important that we go out to an RFP. And if it's going to be a little more time, it's going to be a little more work, we're not at risk of losing the grant if it's going to take you another 3 months to put out an RFP. So, I mean, we should be in, this would be best practices. So I would request that.
No. And I understand your feelings. I understand the position you guys have been, and I understand the history of the city with the structural violence and institutional violence that exists here. I'm completely aware with it, all right? I'm not gonna deny the fact that I know what goes on structurally and institutionally, okay? We deal with interpersonal violence, and I don't know what has happened before. We're not building bridges, we're not filling potholes, we're working with human beings. And this is a unique skill set that you need to have. So you want to do an RFP? Do an RFP. It's your
Thank
city.
you. We have a substitute motion and a second on the floor. Can we go ahead and proceed with that?
Councilmember Sanchez?
This is for the substitute motion to approve the staff report? No.
Councilmember Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
Councilmember Surratt?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, the motion to approve staff's recommendation fails.
So do we go back
Now
to?
we move on to the original motion made by Councilmember Sanchez and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Surratt.
And Madam City Clerk, can you repeat
The motion was to continue the item and request an RFP for professional services for the hospital-based community violence intervention services.
Thank you.
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. The next poll is number 7.
We're bringing that back at a future meeting date.
Thank you. I believe we have a question for 8 and 9. Councilmember Reynoso?
Thank you, Mayor. It's more of just a general concern, is that I know we only allotted like 5.5 million to the CIP, but like, what do we do? What's the alternative here? Can we like trim the list so it's only residential areas prioritized and we can get that in like a budget that needs an amendment of 2 million or something like that? Like, what kind of solutions do you have to this besides, because there's no way you're gonna get it down from 14 million at the lowest bid that we received for all of our projects, down to the 5.5 that we allotted for this. I just wanted to hear kind of like your general thinking of the department is overall.
Yes, good evening, Councilmember Reynoso, members of the City Council. So we do have our acting city engineer who reviewed this item with me, and she has some suggested recommendations.
Thank you. Yes, so we have been working on repackaging this. So we'll be looking at reducing the scope of work. So originally we have the.
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
Yes, of
Thank
course.
you.
Yeah, thank you. So the original package was 21 locations, so we'll be looking at reducing that down probably to 10 or a little less than that. So we can with the goal to meet the programming, the program funding level that we have. So that way the next time that we do this bidding, that it will be it will be within our funding limit, and then we'll try to program that will be equitable among all the wards. So this is what we're working on.
Do you have like a timeline then? Because my question was more so like,
Sure.
Do you have specifics that you're gonna trim, and can you name them now? Or no?
I don't have the exact list with me, so we're
Just a
still in the
timeline then,
process.
that's fair.
Yeah.
I understand it takes time
Yeah.
to repackage, but
Yeah. Oh, I would say definitely in the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to kind of, have that repackaged.
so we'll see this item again within like the next month or two? All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the intent is to prepare a consolidated list to repackage to bid. So if it is the council's desire, we could bring the item back before releasing the bid so that we're not second guessing that item. So what we can basically do is bring the item before authorizing the release of the bid, and then we can post it for 30 days and then bring it back to the council for award. So if that's the council's desire, we're more than happy to bring that item back so that we can walk through the methodology, how we chose the streets, so that the council feels comfortable with the decision that's being made.
And I appreciate I'm asking the question, but I believe Councilman Figueroa, didn't you pull this item?
Yes, I was going to say that. So Councilmember Figueroa he also pulled number 8.
Thank you. There's a lot of frustration with this. Over the last 2 years, I've been, and again, over 2 years, because we initially had this conversation over these 21 locations about 2 years ago, and we finally adopted it in June of 2021. And ever since then, I've been asking for updates, give me some updates. And I understand, Mr. Hernandez, I know you weren't here during that time, but your predecessors and I'm constantly asking, give me an update, what's the status, what's going on? I'm told, yes, it's in the process, it's in the planning phase, it's going to happen. And so what we broadcast to the community is like, hey, look, you've been patient for long enough, be patient a little bit longer. We have committed, we've adopted this budget, or the CIP rather, 2 years ago, and I'm asking constantly, give me updates, it's happening, it's happening. I'm asking the public to please remain patient. So there's a lot of frustration, okay, when I see, we're not experts in road repaving and that type of work, so we have to rely on you, on the professionals, to bring to the council information that's based on systems, metrics, data analysis, whatever it is that happens in public works to determine what is the cost per square footage of repaving a street. How in the world is it that we're presented a figure, a number, and then it goes out to an RFP, and the numbers, I mean, they're not even in the ballpark. So what systems are we using? Is it an antiquated system? I mean, how are we measuring the cost per square foot to repave a street? I mean, I have serious concerns with this because we're having to make decisions based on what's presented to us, and we're saying, yes, we're going to adopt this budget for this CIP, just to find out later, well, you know what, now we're going to have to reject this. So there's frustration in the community with, and then there's even more frustration because then there's requests for increasing staff for council members and the mayor's office. I don't even want to entertain that conversation until we first, address this. I mean, I want to get to the potholes, the trees being trimmed, our parks being taken care of before I even entertain a conversation about increasing staff. And in fact, later on in this agenda, there's a request for increasing staff in other departments as well. This is the frustration. And that's all I'm doing here. I'm venting. I understand you weren't here, but there is extreme foul-mouthed frustration in the community, and with me as well. Because this is, again, I can't emphasize enough how frustrated I am. Over the last 2 years, I've been asking for these specific projects, just to be told, we're not even in the ballpark as to what the cost really was. And so I have additional concerns as to how we're pricing per square foot to repave these streets. I hope that that either at the next council meeting or whatever it is, that we're brought back a solution to what can we do to move forward. Because this needs to happen, and that includes, the 21, and also an option as far as like, well, this is where we can also, take money in the budget to allocate to these types of projects, or like Councilmember Reynoso suggested, do we focus on residential, which, believe me, the residents have been clamoring for this. I mean, this is what they want. I'm constantly receiving messages about potholes and all kinds of sidewalks needing repair. It's a priority. It genuinely is a priority. And so I hope that we are brought back some type of, some recommendation, a solution. How do we move forward? But that's all. I don't really have emotion with it. Just I wanted to express the community's frustration. It is my frustration as well, because I drive the same streets that everybody else does in this city, and it is frustrating to see that now we have to reject this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Calvin?
Thank you all for this information. My questions are, when we have to narrow down, well, first of all, Director Hernandez, are you aware of any type of software that the city is able to use? I know other cities do, where constituents are able to peer in to be able to see when their streets are going to get paved, because I've been asking for that for 2 years. I think that is, to Councilman Figueroa's point, the community needs to be able to see when their streets are going to get paved. Because for us then to take information out into the community and say, hey, we're getting ready to do this, right? And then now we have to pull that back. That is extremely frustrating, as he's already stated. But more importantly, going forward, if other cities have this type of software, I'm not sure why San Bernardino does not. And so this is probably my third or fourth time requesting it. I'm asking that you bring us back that information so that going forward, community will be able to see for themselves. Because right now, it just is, looking like, how are we going to decide this? I'm so grateful that you mentioned equity, because that is going to be extremely important here. It's extremely important to me, because when we were deciding and talking about equity, right, what we know is that every ward needs streets to be repaved. But we also know that there are wards in our city who get repaved more often than others. So we have to be very careful here. It is a very slippery slope in wanting to make sure that all constituents believe us, right, and believe that we care about every single ward, making sure that there is equity in the streets that get repaved. It does not make sense for us to continue to pave repaved streets in certain areas that don't need repaving, parks that don't need repaving. So we got to be very critical about how we make these decisions. We have to be very insightful on how we make these decisions. And so that is my statement to you today. But when you come back, I would surely appreciate that you make sure that you are being as equitable as possible with this narrowed list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Ibarra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've been a huge proponent with infrastructure in the city getting repaired. Every time the budget comes before us for approval, CIPs are the most overlooked item. And I pointed this out at several years already. Staff proposes hiring deputy directors, hiring consultants, but never addressing the infrastructure of our city. And I don't know if you guys have access to this report, but there is an assessment that was done on our roads in our city. And I know from the list that I've seen, a lot of these streets are in desperate need for repair. I would actually recommend that we do not reject this bid. If that's what's gonna cost to do these 21 areas, then let's do it. Let's find the money. Ms. Whitehorn, please. You can't tell me we don't have the money when every time staff is coming to us for more staff. And it's not even the staff that's gonna do the work. It's high-ranking of level staff that we're being requested constantly to approve. Oh, we need deputy directors. We need these consultants. And instead, the infrastructure gets ignored. So that's gonna be my request for staff, to look for that money. Because if we are constantly being requested to hire staff at the higher levels, there should be money also to repair our city. I am not comfortable with rejecting this bid because, like I said, a lot of these streets that I know are in desperate need for repair. And we've every year, every budget year that we're reviewing what we're gonna approve or not, CIPs are the most overlooked. That's my comment to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Do you have a motion on the floor? Oh, I'm sorry. There's another question by Councilwoman Calvin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate Councilwoman Ibarra's statement. because in looking at the budget that's before us, there are some areas in where we know that the revenue that we should be receiving, we're not, particularly in the area of cannabis. Though that is what we're supposed to be using that money for. So we need to, we have to decide on what it is that what's truly important, right, to us. If we're going to be having 21 licenses that are issued, 21 businesses that are out there, everybody needs to be making sure that we are collecting those taxes, those funds that we're supposed to. So that here we have this $9 million that we need additionally for these 21 streets. There we go. So we have to look for the money. We have to find that.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yeah. Everybody knows that public works projects equal votes, and so I know it's for a quality of life issue. Thing, though, is that I know that there's requests for staff, a lot of it to be contracted out, and it's not just as simple as our director, Daniel Hernandez, going out in a yellow vest and a hard hat and saying, yeah, this street looks like it needs to get repaved. It involves a lot of staff hours. And we can go ahead and reject the Public Works proposal for contracting for some staffing. But you do that, it delays a lot of these projects. A lot of the design work that goes into an RFP and deciding which streets are going to get repaved needs to be done by someone. It's not just a council member making a call and say, hey, this street's real bad. Most of the streets in our city need to get repaved, but it's about a hierarchy of priority, and that involves a data-driven approach. Councilmember Calvin touched on that. Some streets get repaved more than others in certain areas, and that's because it was always, whichever council member yells the loudest, or whichever demographic, or whichever neighborhoods have the most contact at City Hall, they get their streets repaved. But to change that paradigm so that there's a paradigm shift, it's going to require staff and it's going to require some time. But let's not be reckless. I think if we were to accept these, we go down this desperate road of committing to doing these public works projects and then trying to find the money somehow. And that is despite how important it is that we rebuild a lot of our infrastructure, we would be financially irresponsible. So with a heavy heart, I would make a recommendation that we accept staff's recommendation to reject the bid.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, can you call for the votes?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-1 with Councilmember Ibarra voting in opposition.
Thank you. Item number 9, Councilman Reynoso, you had a question?
Yeah. And Lydia, I know we had a lot of money for Spiker Park. Ultimately, it's Public Works that would have to construct this. I saw a proposed demolition, and I'm figuring that's why we got $2 million for this project to renovate the whole park, and the lowest bid was $6 million. Same situation. I guess I'd like to see a conversation facilitated around, like, do we absolutely have to demolish that building? Because I've learned, unfortunately, how much it costs to demolish. Now, I'm thinking that's like the biggest price tag, but more importantly, my main thing, I'm sure you know what I'm gonna ask, is that skate park still gonna be built, regardless of this being rejected? Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman. I don't see any other speakers for this item. Do I have a motion or?
This was only pulled for a question.
I'm sorry?
This one was only pulled
just pulled for a question, so.
There's
Okay.
still a requirement for a motion because it was pulled, so I think
Before we move forward with the motion.
Sorry, that was my mistake. It was not pulled. He only stated he had a question on this item.
Just a question.
No, I do recall. I think we were using the terminology pull at the time. I'd just rather, my
Yeah, what's it
notes
cost us? I make the
indicate
motion.
that we'd pulled, thanks. Just easier to take a motion, honestly.
Council members, we have a question by Councilwoman Calvin before we move forward with the motion.
In the rejecting of bids, what does that actually then mean? We're going back out for rebidding? Is that my understanding?
Please turn on your mic, please.
Yes, sorry. Yes, we have been working with the Parks Director, Liddy, to redefine the scope. So again, kind of putting the most important increment, the elements of this project together, so to repackage it, and so it can be more aiming for, the funding level that we have. And actually, we kind of identify along with Director Liddy, about some of the possible funding that can be reappropriated to this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion
Yes.
by Council Member Sanchez? A second?
I'll second. To approve, right?
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yeah, that's to reject the bid, right?
staff's
That is
recommendation.
correct.
Yeah, yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem. Yes. Councilmember Reynoso.
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I believe that's all the polls. Moving on to discussion. Number 12, could we begin fiscal year 2022-23 mid-year update? Could we begin with the staff's presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For your consideration, you have the mid-year budget report and an amendment for your consideration, and Agency Director Barbara Whitehorn and Zuiva Ruiz will be presenting tonight.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Oh, there it is. Hang on. Sorry, excuse me. I will start the presentation and then I will turn it over to Zuiva. I'll talk about revenues, and then Zuiva's going to talk about expenditures and our proposal for just a few amendments to the budget at this mid-year. The presentation is just broken into 4 sections, and it's fairly short because I know it's getting late and we don't want to have this go as late as the last couple of meetings. So our revenue review, this is really small, and I apologize for that. Hopefully, it's easier to read in your packets. But just to go into the revenues that are the most significant to the city, the largest revenue streams are charges for services are on track. Franchise taxes are actually, charges for services are above where they're expected to be so far this year. Franchise taxes are on track. Licenses and permits are higher than expected. Other taxes and fees are about where they should be. Property taxes, which really for us is that vehicle license fees in lieu of property tax, those are lower. We don't receive that until January and June, and the report that we've gotten from the county is that that's going to be a little lower than we budgeted. We just have an estimate when we go into the fiscal year, and that's going to be about $1 million less this year than we budgeted, but it's not going to have a material impact on the budget because other revenues are coming in higher. Our sales and use tax and our utility user tax and our Measure S tax are all coming in higher than anticipated. Right now, our cannabis tax, as of December, we have a $4 million budget for cannabis tax, and as of December, we only had collected about $605,000, which was absurdly behind where it should have been. Through February, however, we had collected about $1.27 million. So we had collected some of those arrears taxes by the end of February, which made me feel a little better. We do have several, I think 3 businesses that are behind in their tax payments, and business registration and community economic development are trying to work with those businesses to get them caught up on their taxes. And of the 21 licenses that council has issued, we have 13 businesses that are operating, and 12 of those owe the city tax quarterly. The 13th one is cultivation only, and therefore they don't pay us tax because cultivation doesn't have to. So we are looking better with the cannabis tax. So we have strong revenue performance. We are nevertheless trying to be sort of prudent and conservative going forward because we are seeing kind of a pullback in spending nationwide, and savings rates are starting to go up. You know, during the pandemic, as I mentioned in the staff report, savings rates in the United States like skyrocketed. People saved this insane amount of money. It was like $3 trillion. And, you know, for several decades, there was like this, Americans are never going to save money again. Americans, all they do is spend and like run up credit card debt. And then during the pandemic, there was all this savings that people built up. And then as the pandemic ended, we saw savings kind of start to come down a little bit and people started spending. And then in December, the savings rate started to go up again. And so what that says to us is that consumer confidence is starting to like pull back a little bit. People are starting to think maybe, you know, things aren't as great as they were like just a few months ago. And large retailers like Walmart are saying they're seeing softening spending, whatever in the world softening means. But apparently that means that people are not buying 80-inch TVs. They're not buying like the really big durable goods right now. And that's an indicator for us that sales tax is probably not going to be coming in at the great rate that we've been seeing. So we're just trying to be a little conservative in our estimates going forward. So you can tell that I have the like thrilling job of reading like The Economist every morning, you know, and I actually read what Walmart's doing. So I am going to, with that, turn it over to Zuiva, and she can talk about our expenditures.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Zuiva Ruiz. So for the current budget performance, the table you see before you provides you a snapshot of in the third column is the current year-to-date expenditures as of December 31st, 2022. In the fourth column is the estimated year-end total expenditures for the departments that are funded through general fund, and any variances are noted off to the far right column. For the department performance at mid-year, most departments are shown to be on track. They remain to be on track. If not, some savings will be experienced. The snapshot that you saw in the previous slide does also include any amended budgets. So that's anything that's been amended to the departments within general fund from the adopted budget up until December 31st. Any savings that are being experienced in departments are being readily identified by staff in order to help cover some smaller expenses that might be unexpected at first. However, it is important to note that if there are savings in one department that can be transferred into another department to help with those smaller expenses, we are coming back on a quarterly basis to council to report out any transfers that are in excess of $5,000. A few critical items have also been identified during the mid-year process. So legal services, general government, the liability fund, and fleet services fund have been identified as critical items that require additional funding. For the internal service funds, so the internal service funds provide the necessary services to the internal departments citywide. The costs in these funds are distributed in the general fund in all of the departments, and so an increase in the internal service funds are direct costs into general fund. The liability fund maintains the balance where the liability claims are paid from. As of December 2022, the city had paid approximately $3 million in settlement agreements, which far exceeded the adopted budget. Therefore, staff is recommending an increase of $2 million in fiscal year 22-23 to cover these higher than anticipated expenses. Should some of the current litigation be settled sooner than anticipated, we are expecting or anticipating an estimated increase of $2 million as well in fiscal year 23-24. The Fleet Services Fund requires a $56,000 increase to cover the raised cost of utilities. This is due to the recent water and wastewater rate changes that have impacted the city's utilities budget. The rate changes were approved after the biennial budget for when the utility budgets were built out. So at the time, staff projected to the best of their abilities, but the increases with the rates did currently exceed the budget. So at this time, we are recommending a $56,000 increase. You'll also see a similar request in general government to be able to cover those utilities as well. For information technology funds, so the IT department previously had limited funds in the past to be able to fully enhance their services that they were able to offer the city and the internal departments. So as the city continues to invest in additional personnel and in expanding in the locations that require technological services, the budget for the department must also be reflective of that. At this time, staff is recommending an increase of approximately $949,000 in one-time capital technology infrastructure. In this slide, it will give you a breakdown of the total $949,000. In the staff report, it is expanded a little more. It goes in detail. But just in summary, for all of these systems or different storage devices that we're recommending, it's important to note that the investments for the IT for these systems, a lot of these systems are nearing end of life and require immediate replacement. The storage devices are nearing full capacity, so it puts the city at risk for our ability to recover some critical files. The security enhancements that come with these systems too are needed in order to continue protecting the city, because the current systems that we have right now are outdated and obsolete, and so that puts the city in a vulnerable state. We also have some amendments for the general fund departments that are considered critical. So the city has seen an increase in tort litigation since exiting the Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So the professional services that are required in the city are subject to the same inflationary pressures that affect the other areas of the economy. So, and the city has also seen recently the taking on of several complex and high-profile cases that have proven difficult to resolve. So in order to continue this use of the outside specialized legal counsel, staff is recommending an increase of $1 million to continue to acquire these services. It is important to note that this $1 million is for the outside specialized legal services, and it isn't for the municipal legal services retainer. It's also important to note that despite the inflationary pressures that is requiring this $1 million increase, the overall cost of contracted legal services remains significantly lower than when the city had an in-house city attorney's office. General government also has general government is the budgetary mechanism that the city has in place to account for the costs that cannot be directly applicable to just one department. So as mentioned with the fleet services, the utility rates for water with the different rate structure that is in place right now has seen an increase in utilities expenses. So at this time, staff is recommending a $1.3 million increase and is anticipated to be revisited for fiscal year 24 to reflect the increase in the rates. There's also a proposed amendment for the housing division within the Community Housing and the Economic Development Department. This is due to the division now being fully staffed, and so with the division being fully staffed, it allows the city to have more direct and immediate city involvement in implementing the grant-funded housing programs. And I know there's been several housing initiatives that have been brought forward by the division. So in order to fully support the necessary staffing levels in the housing division, staff is recommending an appropriation of approximately $447,000 for the remainder of fiscal year 23 and anticipates an ongoing expense of approximately $610,000. Now, to increase the current service levels, the city clerk's office is a department that continues to experience some challenges. Some of these challenges are that the department is understaffed as compared to the demands of service for the department. And they also have a large backlog of meeting minutes that they have. The request that's brought forward to the mayor and city council is one full-time executive assistant position to the department and the acquisition of contracted temporary services to clear backlog of meeting minutes. In the contracted services, bringing this forward can help clear about 155 hours of meeting minutes that have been acquired or have been backlogged for the calendar years of 2020, 2021, and 2022. The contracted services can possibly clear these hours of meeting minutes in approximately 6 months, and it's anticipated to be a one-time, one-year contract. The executive assistant position is expected to be $65,000 for the remainder of this year and an anticipated $100,000 in the following fiscal year. Library also continues to experience some challenges. Some of this is because they are understaffed, and though they've expanded hours significantly within the last 2 years, they still aren't at the pre-bankruptcy levels of hours at the different libraries. And currently they've had some unsuccessful recruitments for their full-time positions, and they also are experiencing a hard time retaining some of their part-time employees. So staff is recommending an addition of 2 full-time library technicians in order to aid the department. The expected expenses for the remainder of this fiscal year is approximately $18,000, and it's an ongoing expense of approximately $142,000 in the following fiscal year. So Animal Services is also a department that does experience some severe challenges. Animal Services has an extremely high animal intake number, and staff actually conducted a study to compare the staffing levels in other agencies. The study showed that no surrounding cities or any cities in California came close to the number of animal intakes that the city of San Bernardino's Animal Services has. The only comparable agencies were some large counties, 2. One of them was Ventura County in calendar year 2021, which had an intake level of 6,015 animals, and the staffing level in that county is 76 full-time employees. Contra Costa County in calendar year 2021 had an intake level of 6,152 animals, and the staffing level for that county is 83 full-time employees. For City of San Bernardino Animal Services in the calendar year 2022, the animal intake was approximately 5,156 with only 25 full-time employees. The director fills in the management duties for the entire operation. But as shown in the statistics in the study comparison, this is not a sustainable staffing model. So there's current savings that are experienced in the department right now to help cover some of these expenses for the additional personnel. But we are recommending, staff is recommending 3 full-time positions to be added into the department: 1 animal services manager, an animal services supervisor, and 1 animal control officer. For fiscal year 23, with savings included, it's anticipated to be a $54,000 expense for the remainder of this year and an ongoing expense of $322,688 in the following fiscal year. This is a table that summarizes the proposed budget amendments that have been brought forward to the mayor and city council. The total mid-year budget requests is $5,914,730, and an anticipated fiscal year 24 impact of $5,568,960. A quick budget look ahead, what to expect in the near future. So we are currently here at the mid-year review on March 1st. Staff is also starting to work with departments to start doing the year 2 budget updates for the biennial budget. On June 7th, we are anticipating holding the fiscal year 2024 budget adoption public hearing, and in the second meeting in June, we will finalize the fiscal year 24 readoption. And at this time, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. I do have Councilwoman Ibarra.
I'd like to make a motion that we separate items 1 and 2 for voting. Items 1 and 2. There's, item 1 is to receive and file, and item 2 is to approve the $5.9 million.
City Attorney, are you able to do that?
Yes. However, I think whatever the end result is on item 2, you could incorporate. I'm assuming Councilmember Ibarra is indicating that item 1 is non-controversial, and item 2 there may be some changes potentially, or she may be proposing some. However, you could always add the receive and file as part of whatever the eventual motion is on item 2. So I would recommend you just take it all together and, you receive and file as part of that. But if it's obviously in order to take them separately if you wish. I don't believe it's necessary, but you can.
We've basically.
Councilman Sanchez, can I, Councilwoman Ibarra, can you clarify what the separation is for?
I plan on voting differently for each of those items.
Okay, so there's a motion to separate the 2. Is there a second? Councilman Charette seconded on separating item number 1 and 2 of item 12.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem. Yes. Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin.
No.
Okay. Motion to separate items 1 and 2 passes with 5 in favor and 1 in opposition, which is Councilmember Calvin.
Councilwoman Calvin, you're next on the speaker queue.
Are we discussing item 1 or item 2?
Item 1 is just to receive and file.
Move to approve item 1.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I do have some questions.
Can we just go ahead and motion to approve the receive and file? I mean, we basically did it by listening.
Let Councilwoman Calvin complete her
I'm on this.
questions
We
first.
can take this motion, can't we? It's a non-controversial.
Please, let Councilwoman Calvin speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So on the budget amendment page, I believe it's page 12, when we are talking about the outside legal, how many open contracts do we currently have for outside legal, and what do they total?
I will have to get back to you with that information. I don't have that off the top of my head.
So my next question then would be, with the open contracts that we currently have for outside legal, we still need another $1 million to handle any other upcoming actions that we would need legal consult for?
That's our estimate, yes.
But how do we know, how do we have that estimate if we don't know how many legal open contracts that we currently have and what that total is?
Let me take a shot at this, Councilmember Calvin. So the projection from the City Attorney's Office for how much we expect to be spent through year end is based on current spending to date, and generally based on historically where we've landed based on where we are at this point in the year. So it's not really a case of how many, the pure number of open contracts it is. It's more about how much has been spent on legal services to date and how much we anticipate being spent. A lot of this, the proposed $1 million would be going to existing contracts, would be going to pay existing contracts for cases that carry on and continue through the life cycle of a case.
So that number still would have been good to have, because if we have been carrying open contracts for outside legal, so that the total of what that number is would really give us a good idea. I'm just trying to understand how you all base the $1 million, and is the $1 million then just sitting until we need to contract for another agency? Because we have some open contracts. I checked that a couple of months ago, and because my question was, why do we have all of these open contracts? And what services are they providing for us? So I just think that we need to just know exactly how much money that we are currently paying for legal, and in how you anticipate, us needing to spend or reserve this other additional $1 million.
I can assure you, Councilmember Calvin, when the contracts for legal services are managed very closely, when a case closes, the purchase order for that case, for that contract with an outside firm, the purchase order is closed also, and that money then goes back into our budget for outside legal expenditures. The assistant that works within the city attorney's office does a fabulous job of managing those contracts and maintaining it, and stays very much on top of it. And she is incredibly diligent in looking through those contracts and closing those purchase orders as she finds that they need to be closed. She also, as council approves amendments to legal services contracts to increase the caps on those contracts, she goes through and amends those purchase orders to increase the amounts. The amount requested before you is really based on historic spend and expectations. Part of the reason we're asking for $1 million is probably my own fault in some ways in targeting a much lower legal expenditure than was probably realistic. I can talk you through some of the historic legal spend numbers back in, I guess, maybe 6 years ago, 16, 17, 17, 18. One of those years, I can't remember which, the city's total legal spend was over $8 million. In 18-19, it was down to $6.5 million. In 19-20, total legal spend was down to $5.5 million. Since then, we've stabilized those numbers. So in 2020, 2021, we were at $4.5 million. In 21-22, we're at $4.5 million again. This year, 22-23, with this increase, you'll see the total legal services. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. The total legal services estimated year end would be, with this amendment, $4.2 million. Now, there's still legal services outside of the city attorney's office, but it's on track with those prior 2 fiscal years since we've kind of brought those numbers down, that total legal expenditure down. We were shooting for more. Unfortunately, I think some of the things, and I really appreciate Zuiva's report, because as she was going through it, I anticipated your eagle eyes. You would point out this and ask questions like this. She did point out some of the pressures, upward pressure on legal costs. Obviously, we're subject to the same inflation as any other professional services industry. We have seen an increase in tort litigation, in police litigation. Since exiting bankruptcy, during the bankruptcy, the city was under an order where we only paid out 1% on any decision. So plaintiffs' lawyers who go looking for deep pockets weren't interested in the city of San Bernardino, because the pocket was only 1% the size of a normal pocket. So since the bankruptcy ended, we've become an attractive target again. I think, as council mentioned on one of the earlier items, and as we've seen during this budget report, the city's doing financially pretty well. So we're now an attractive target again, and that's unfortunate, but it's, I think, cut off some of our potential for further reducing that legal spend. So perhaps we were overambitious at the start of the year. I certainly won't make that mistake again.
Thank you. And so my next question is for, in the city clerk's office, prior to bankruptcy, what was the amount of staff? It says that we're understaffed. So what was the amount of staffing prior to bankruptcy?
So in 2017, business registration was part of the city clerk's office, and business registration staff manned the front counter. They also processed passports. They also answered the phones. That left the city clerk staff, city clerk and the assistant city clerk, deputy city clerks, and the EAs, I think an office assistant or customer service rep, to focus primarily on city clerk duties. The meeting minutes, putting together the agenda. Fast forward to 2020, when I was hired, I walked into an office of one full-time staff employee. I was acting city clerk for 5 months, which I was not able to fill the position of the chief deputy city clerk for 5 months. My staff started trickling in towards the end of 2020, fully staffed for 5 months since then, because we've had some positions that were filled, they left, they decided to go somewhere else. We've had COVID, there's been, FMLA leave. There's been a lot of changes within the department. I can't tell you the exact number right now, but the staffing levels are just being restored, but the amount of work that we have has drastically increased since prior to 2017.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. As far as animal services are concerned, do we assist other surrounding cities? Do we take in animals from other cities, or how is that working? Because someone mentioned that to me earlier today, that we assist other cities.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So we do have 2 current contracts with Loma Linda and one with Grand Terrace. Both Loma Linda and Grand Terrace bring in very small numbers of animals annually as compared to what our city brings in. So Loma Linda brings in about 50 animals per year. Grand Terrace is about the same, which is just a small drop in the bucket as compared to what we bring in. And they do pay us for those services. The city of Loma Linda has contracted with us for after-hours emergency on-call services for animal control officers to respond to emergencies in their city, much like we would respond to in ours. And so what we do is we assign the staff member who's on call. My animal control officers take about 6 to 7 on-calls each per month, and they're on call from the time that the shelter closes to the next morning. And they're there for any emergencies that happen in the city. People who are in a car accident and their animal happens to be with them and is injured. Police and fire will take care of the humans, but my staff will respond in the middle of the night to take care of the animal and get it to the emergency hospital if needed. So we cover 2 weeks per month for Loma Linda for their on-call because they have 1 officer for their entire city. So their 1 officer takes 2 weeks of on-call on themselves, and then we cover the others. And again, Loma Linda pays us for those services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. You guys do a great job, too. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I just had one last question, and that was back for Director Whitehorn in regards to the looks like, almost $500,000 that we might have secured in the last 2 days for cannabis? Because in our meeting, we didn't have that money the other day.
I hadn't, when I talked to you the other day, I was looking only at our reports here, and I hadn't gone back and looked at what we had collected in February. So when I spoke to you the other day, I hadn't looked at the receipts from February because we created this report based on mid-year and not on what we had received after mid-year. So then I went back to see what we collected afterwards so that I could give you that information tonight.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Sanchez? Councilman, can you turn your mic and speak in the mic? The viewing audience does not hear you.
First.
You'd like to turn over to Councilwoman Ibarra first? Okay,
I already
Councilwoman
spoke
Ibarra.
earlier.
You don't have any amendments to the budget as proposed?
I'm ready to vote.
Oh, okay. All right, well, then I'll make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation to the budget amendments.
Okay, so Councilman Sanchez motion to approve staff proposed for item number 2? No, you're not, Councilman Charette. Did you want to speak?
Yes, I'd like to.
Councilman Charette?
Apparently, it's not showing up. I wanted to know, I understand your department was down to nothing, and it's built back up. I want to know the definition of executive assistant in this case, and I'd like to know the hourly rate, and that $100,000 is fully burdened, what was the number? 100,000 plus.
Yes, sir, that's fully burdened, and it's.
What are the benefits? What's the salary?
Oh, gosh. Do you know, Zuiva?
So the way that the budget was built out for the executive assistant, just following best practices to allow for possible higher rates when people are brought in. Best practices of what we practice in the budget division is for positions of this nature, we budget at step 21, which is the highest rate. The health benefits, we estimate that a position of this level would anticipate bringing the health insurance at employee plus family. And the PERS rate is anticipated to be miscellaneous 3 tier, which is, I believe, do you know the rate? I wouldn't be able to give you the concrete or the actual PERS rate of what the city pays for PERS, but it would be anticipated to be miscellaneous tier 3.
Can anyone tell me what the hourly rate of these employees are?
We could look at
25, 30, 35, 50, $150 an hour. We work 2,080 hours a year. That includes a 2-week vacation. The private sector is not paying executive assistants anywhere near 25 or 30 or $35 an hour, and that's more than this.
Councilmember
It's about
Charette, if I may, the hourly rate listed for the executive assistant to the director is from 4,700, no, that's not hourly, that's a salary, sorry.
A salary. Well,
Yeah.
give me a salary a month. Give me the monthly salary.
Starting at
$4,000 a month?
$29.60.
$4,000 a month?
No, $29.60, or is it, are you doing from the, for the director, executive assistant to the director?
4736.
I just pulled up the salary schedule online. Executive assistant to the director, the hourly rate is $33.21.
So at $30 an hour, it's $62,400. So now another $6,000 added to that, if it's $33 an hour, would be $68,000 a year. So this person is getting $30,000 or $35,000 a year in benefits. Is that what we're doing? Or we're starting at a higher rate than that? Whatever you just gave me, I don't know.
So the
All I'm getting at is when we're talking about rejecting bids because we don't have any money, it's largely because the private sector is not the place to work anymore. It used to be. The public sector is the place to work because, and with all due respect to everybody in all the staff, I have a problem with it. I just have a problem with it. So someone starting out, I mean, at $62,000 a year or $65,000, $68,000 a year plus benefits is a pretty good deal. And I don't know what kind of qualifications. I don't know if it's a college degree. I don't know if there's years in experience. I don't know what. It's a pretty interesting definition. I think I can find it here. Wait a minute. bear with me, I apologize. I just picked the wrong thing. I should have gotten a public service, 50 years ago. And I didn't. Should have. Everyone said be your own boss, be in business for yourself. Nope.
So while you're looking for that, Councilmember Charette, would you
I'm sorry?
While you're looking for that, would you be amenable to, if I was to make an amendment to my motion?
Well, in the big picture, it doesn't make a hill of beans. In the big picture, it's a blip on the screen. But we've got to start somewhere. I didn't support Sandra on rejecting bids, but in my heart of hearts, I was going to say, don't reject it, find the money. We need to get this stuff done. The public needs streets paved, and they need this. They need our services. And so it's not really a bad idea, Sandra, to reject the bids and just say, find the money somewhere. ARPA money, grant money, there's money in government just floating around everywhere, it seems like. And yet I get calls every day about drive between here and the edge of Highland across 3rd Street or 5th Street or any of these streets. It's just crazy how bad our streets are. And that's why I bring up this idea of paying people. I guess what's the going rate? Is that what it is? You don't have to be, we have to be competitive in the public sector. I mean, in the public sector, we don't have to be competitive with the private sector. I'm going to probably just go ahead. I've made my point, I think. I'm going to probably not muddy it all up, and I'm going to probably go for this, but I just have made my point. It's the description is this position is crucial. It's crucial in the department to provide a wide array of complex, diverse, and confidential secretarial, administrative, and executive support services. I think we ought to give them a raise for that title and for that amount of work that they have to do. So I've made my point. If you're going to go ahead with a motion, I'm not going to single this one out, but I think we need to be taking a look at some of these salaries of people, where we start them, and with, it's just hard for me to kind of swallow. So I apologize if I've offended any public employees here, because I certainly don't mean to, but I have some problems with salaries in the public sector.
Councilmember Charette, is that a second?
I'm sorry?
Is that a second?
I didn't second it.
No. Oh, no, okay. Thank you. Then Councilmember Reynoso, you're next on the queue.
Thank you. It's 10:15, so let's be concise. How much will we have left over in reserves? And is this out of just the projected numbers that are actual, the 5 million amendment increase? How much do we have left over? Where does that leave our budget? Is it coming directly from general fund?
We're still anticipating adding at least 8 million to reserves? Yeah. $8 million to reserves at the end of the year.
Even if amended?
Yes.
We would still, all right.
What would that total put us at?
Oh, for total reserves, we'll still have the 25%, the 10 and the 15. So I would have to add that up from the $190 million budget. I'm sorry, I don't have my big beloved calculator next to me to do the, sorry y'all, but I found it. I'm sorry, I'll have to come back to you with exactly the calculation, but we'll have another 8 million in unassigned reserves.
So, but it's important for us to know what's in reserves, right? So
Yeah,
I would ask that would be included.
And that's in addition to our 10% emergency and our 15% economic contingency, which will still, of course, and then we have committed reserves for capital projects that are already committed by council.
Yeah, that should just be included so that we can keep our eye on that and know that as well. So
Thank you. And I'll second Councilman Sanchez's motion to approve as is.
Thank you. I'd like to make some comments before we move forward with the motion. Councilwoman, you mentioned about the legal services. I'd like to ask the city attorney. So the legal services, which description says specialized legal counsel, that 1 million is really tied to liability fund because the claim as it adjusts in litigation, and in litigation it increases as we go into, that can go up, actually always goes up from my experience, and how long it drags out. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that is clear.
You are spot on, yeah. The number that we're adjusting in the city attorney office budget is specialized outside counsel legal services. I think Zuiva pointed out is distinct from the general municipal legal services, which is the retainer, which pays for my time here, our time, reviewing general contracts, assisting staff day to day, that kind of work. The budget item at issue is exactly what you're talking about. It covers some special legal counsel that's not litigation, but the biggest chunk of it is litigation. And like you said, there is a very close relationship between that and the liability fund. The fact that legal service is costing a lot and the liability fund is costing a lot is an indication that we have a lot of litigation. We have costly litigation.
I thank you for that. And I also understand that settlement is not a bad thing. We need to really minimize the risk with our litigation, settle, and as well as close out the liability so that way our loss run is healthy. We could ultimately bring down our self-insured retention from 5 million. So those are things that I appreciate staff really working hard to really reduce our risk for the city, so that way we could move forward in a healthy way. And I do appreciate the fact that our finance director sharing this presentation that looks like our revenue is coming in and it's healthy, and that I just want to remind our colleagues that as our organization is recovering from a lot of setbacks fiscally, and we're bouncing back and we're moving forward, our organization is going to have a needs as far as staffing levels to address the demands of our organization overall. So I don't see an issue with this. And then it sounds like we do have a motion on the floor in a second to approve this item as presented by the staff. And yes, so can we call for the votes?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Ibarra and Mayor Pro Tem voting in opposition.
Thank you. Next, item number 13, introduce ordinance number MC 1612, amending section 8.24.050 of the Municipal Code, notification of administrative hearing. Recommendation, it is recommended that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, 1, introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading of ordinance number MC 1612, amending section 8.24.050 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code regarding notification of administrative hearing decision and final report of delinquent solid waste charges to affected persons. Could we begin with staff's presentation?
Yes, Mayor. So thank you for reading that recommendation. So prior to taking action on this item, I will provide some background and discussion from the staff report for the City Council's consideration and provide clarification for the City Council, those that are still here in the audience and those that are watching at home. So at our previous meeting, the city conducted a public hearing to consider a solid waste increase due to the implementation of SB 1383, which was tabled and will be brought back before the City Council at a future City Council meeting in May or June. The item before you this evening is not related to the solid waste rate increase item. Previously, on June 15, 2020, staff presented a resolution confirming assessments for unpaid solid waste collection services, which is an item that staff brings before the City Council annually. The ordinance change proposed addresses the administrative hearing, which is a process that leads us to the resolution confirming assessments for unpaid solid waste collection services. So the city's municipal code, which is section 8.24.050, provides that in the event that a bill for solid waste collection service, together with any late charges, is not paid full within 30 days of mailing the delinquency to the property owner and or tenant, that the franchise holder may assign such a bill to the city for collection through the initiation of a special assessment and liens proceeding. Subsequently, property owners and tenants are then mailed a notice of the administrative hearing to impose that special assessment and lien against a property for unpaid delinquent solid waste charges. Then, following the administrative hearing, the code indicates that the city shall send a copy of the administrative hearing decision and the final report of delinquent solid waste charges to both the city council and the property owners and tenants. Again, following the hearing, a letter with a website link to the order and report is mailed to the property owner and tenants. So in an effort to streamline the administrative hearing process, which currently is a two-step mailing process, staff proposes a change to the code to allow staff to provide the website link to the property owners and tenants in advance by including the link in the initial mailer, which is the notice for the administrative hearing regarding the proposed special assessment and lien to impose against the property receiving those solid waste services. So if approved, this will provide information more expediently, consolidate the number of mailings sent to property owners and tenants in one letter, reduce administrative time, save on printing and mailing costs. So we feel that this is an advantageous move by the city and streamlines our process. So this concludes my item, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynoso?
Yeah, no, I appreciate trimming costs. I just feel like posting on the website is kind of like a cop-out. Like we're taking the easy way out as opposed to also mailing it because we're relying on people going to the internet site. And you can clarify this for me. What you just explained was that if someone is delinquent on their rate, and they haven't paid in a while, that we're going to send a letter still and it's going to have the link, or that's going to be before the rate hike goes into effect, that should you not pay after this is passed, that you should still go to this link? Like, is that what you're saying?
I don't completely, if you can ask the question again, I think I have it, but I want to
break it down for me one more time then. How exactly, with the link, give me the time frame of after they've paid or before they've paid, that they would receive this with this link that would send them to the website.
So the payment can happen, so they're going to get a notice that they are being assessed this lien because they haven't paid their bill. So they're getting this initial notice. So what happens in the process is they get this notice, they have the administrative hearing, and then they approve the overall list. Then after the hearing, another letter is sent to the same folks who were on that initial list to say, here is the final order of that administrative hearing. So, but what we do in that letter is we don't provide the 39 pages of the administrative hearing. We just send them a letter and saying, here's a link. So in the process, we're still doing the link. The actual package, the administrative hearing, is available at the city's public counter. So we could provide a hard copy if someone doesn't have access to the internet or has a challenge accessing the information, we can provide it. But that second letter isn't the full package. It's just a letter with the link. So we're basically proposing to add the link beforehand, saying after the hearing, you could go to this website, which is the same process in the second letter.
After the hearing, they've already been delinquent, we're going to send a second letter to them.
That's correct.
That's my question. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have next on the queue, Councilmember Sanchez.
Move to approve.
I have a motion to move. I don't see any other speakers on the queue. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Charette seconded. Can we call for a vote, Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Kelvin?
No.
Okay, the motion passes 4-2 with Councilmember Reynoso.
No.
Okay, the motion passes 4-2 with Councilmember Reynoso and Kelvin voting in opposition.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearing.
One moment. Could we have the ordinance read by title? Was it read?
It's in the recommendation.
No, but we still need to read it by title.
Introduce, read by title only, and waive for the reading of ordinance MC 1612, amending section 8.24.050 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code regarding notification of administrative hearing decision and final report of delinquent solid waste charges to affected persons.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to public hearing, item number 14. Public hearing on an annexation number 31 to Community Facilities District 2019-1. Recommendation, it is recommended that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, 1, hold a public hearing, and 2, adopt resolution number 2023-040 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, calling an election to submit to the qualified electors the question of levying a special tax within the area proposed to be next to Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 31. And 3, hold a special landowner election and canvass the election. And 4, adopt resolution number 2023-041 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring election results for Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 31. And 5, introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading of ordinance number MC 1613 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending ordinance number MC 1522 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2023 to 2024 to pay annual costs of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti, street sweeping, parks, and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with respect to City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1, maintenance services, and number 6, schedule the adoption of ordinance number MC 1613 for March 15th, 2023. The public hearing to consider annexation proceedings and elections for City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1, maintenance services, annexation number 31 is now open, the time being 10:30 p.m. Do any council members wish to hear the staff report?
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez says yes. Staff report?
No, I don't want to hear the staff report.
It was Councilmember Calvin requesting to hear the report.
Councilmember Calvin, you would like to hear the report? Yes, okay. Director Nathan Freeman?
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor, distinguished City Council. Jonathan Short with Spicer Consulting can give the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jonathan Short. I'm with Spicer Consulting Group. I'm your special tax consultant. We're talking about CFD 2019-1, annexation number 31. This is a recommendation for the City Council to initiate the annexation of the territory to the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District 2019-1 by taking the following actions: hold a public hearing, adopt a resolution calling the election, hold a special landowner election and canvass the election, and adopt a resolution declaring the results of the special landowner election. And approval of the proceedings, resolutions introduced by title only, and waive further reading. Ordinance number, sorry, I don't have the ordinance number on here. Oh, MC 1522, and levying the apportioning the special tax and levy 2019-1. Discussion, the property owner, Elliott Precision Block Company, has requested to assist the city in annexing territory in 2019. The proposed annexation is going to include one parcel. On January 18, 2023, the City Council adopted Resolution 2023-017, a resolution of intention to annex the properties into CFD 2019 and to hold a public hearing today on March 1st. And propose the annual tax of $358 per acre for Special Tax A, which will be included in 2019-1 as Tax Zone 31, or 32, sorry. And the maximum annual tax is proposed to escalate each year greater the CPI, or the Consumer Price Index, or 2%. The services may be funded with proceeds of the special tax, conclude all costs attributed to maintenance of the median landscaping and other public improvements installed within the public right-of-ways, public lighting, including streets and traffic signals, maintenance streets, including pavement management and street sweeping, Maintenance of operation of water quality improvements, including storm drainage and flood protection facilities, in additional to the cost of foregoing services proceeds. The special tax may be expended to pay administrative expenses and for the collection of reserve funds. You should be able to see the project area. It is anticipated for fiscal impact, it is anticipated that the build-out of the special tax revenues to pay for maintenance costs will be approximately $4,758. All costs associated with the annexation is borne by the developer, and there's no fiscal impact to the city's general fund. I'm here for any questions.
Yeah, if I could. Do I have permission to speak?
Councilmember Sanchez, thank you.
Yeah, I know some people have been going around saying, oh, these CFDs are bad. In essence, it's free money that goes to pay for streets, sidewalks, all the public right-of-ways that the city would would in essence have to pay for. So this this company here wants to expand some of the public right-of-way that I guess is around the perimeter of their property, and this is their way of having a mechanism in place that pays for that. But if you can go ahead and explain that to us, well, basically just what I just said.
Basically, you have a developer that comes in and says they want to improve an area. They improve it.
An area on their property?
So they have a property, yes. They have a property. They want to improve it, build put a business there or whatever the case. Let's say it's a blank dirt piece of land. They want to improve it. You have roads that get put in. You have landscaping that put in. All that.
So the public right-of-way.
Public right-of-way is going to become bearer of the city expense, but instead of the city expending that from, let's say, a general fund or something of that nature, we put in a special tax so the landowner actually is covering those costs.
So if we would deny it, the city would have to foot the bill to pay for the infrastructure improvements on the public right-of-way.
This is for maintenance.
Yeah, but if we approve this, then the bill essentially goes to the applicant who's putting in the application for this.
The property owner.
The property owner, the applicant, the property owner. But yeah, so I move to approve.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next in the queue is Councilwoman Calvin.
Sir, what type of project is this?
This is a commercial project.
Okay.
A commercial. I'm assuming it's commercial.
I see the
building.
location. What type of project is this?
It is a truck and trailer parking facility.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Councilman Sanchez. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Figueroa.
Mayor, we have to follow the script on this public hearing. So we
Sorry.
have 3 separate motions.
Yes, that's right, it's public hearing. My apologies. Okay, so we went through the queue of the questions from the council. We will now receive comments, protests, and questions from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the city council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Please submit your speaker slip to the city clerk.
We do not have any requests to speak.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are there any persons registered to vote within annexation number 31 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1? If so, how many registered voters are there?
Mayor, the question was, has the city clerk received any protests? I have received 0 written protests. And then to answer the question, if there are any registered voters, the County of San Bernardino Registrar of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within annexation number 31 of Community Facilities District number 2019-1.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, for that. I now declare the public hearing closed, the time being 10:37. May I have a motion to adopt resolution number 2023-040 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, calling an election to submit to the qualified electors the question of levying a special tax within the area proposed to be annexed to Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 31.
Are we still allowed to have any discussion? Yeah, I can already see where the votes are going, and I cannot emphasize enough, this doesn't kill any development on a privately owned property that has by right the ability to build the development they want. All this does is it ensures that the city isn't footing the bill for maintenance of a public right-of-way. So again, a no vote on this means that you want the city to foot the bill for the maintenance around a development that you do not agree with. So I want to make that clear. So yeah, I make a motion to approve this this Community Facilities District.
The resolution.
Resolution.
Second.
It was seconded by Councilmember Figueroa.
We have to go through the Madam City Clerk, where are we at on the public hearing?
We're adopting the resolution 2023-40.
Okay. May I have a motion to adopt resolution number 2023-040 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring election results for Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 31?
So moved.
And which we did.
We already did, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Sanchez motioned and Councilmember Figueroa seconded. I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce the title-only ordinance number MC 1613 of the Mayor City.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I got lost here. We're adopting resolution number, we're calling the election. Resolution number 40 is calling the election, and that motion was made by Councilmember Sanchez, seconded by Councilmember Figueroa. We have to call for the vote on that item.
Call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra is not present. Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, the official ballot has been open, and all votes are in favor of the proposition presented on the ballot, and the election is now closed. What number is it? Just one moment. Okay, there's a typographical error on your script, and it should read resolution number 41.
Thank you for your patience, team. It's my fourth meeting. Okay, may I have a motion to adopt resolution number 2023-041? Is that correct? Of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring election results for Communities Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 31. Is that correct? Thank you.
Move approval. Second.
Thank you, council members.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor, Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I would now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only ordinance number MC 1613 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending ordinance number MC 1522 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2023 to 2024 to pay annual costs of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti, streets, street sweeping, parks and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with respect to the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1 maintenance services.
Is there a motion?
Councilmember Charette moved, motion to approve. Do I have a
Second.
second? Councilmember Sanchez, seconded.
Okay, before we take the vote, I need to read the ordinance into the record. Ordinance number MC 1613 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending ordinance number MC 1522 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2023-24 to pay annual costs of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water, quality improvements, graffiti, streets, street sweeping, parks, and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with respect to the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District Number 2019-1 Maintenance Services. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item, number 15, substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 Annual Action Plan, Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan Program, otherwise known as Home ARP. Recommendation, it is recommended that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, 1, conduct a public hearing of the draft Home Investment Partnership allocation and substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 approved action plan, and 2, authorize the interim city manager or his designee to execute any further documents as may be necessary to effectuate the submittal of the substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 action plan.
Trina Perez will be presenting from the Housing Division.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Community and Economic Development is requesting this public hearing to receive public comment for the draft Home Investment Partnership American Rescue Plan Program allocation and substantial amendment to the fiscal year 22-23 approved action plan. On April 8, 2021, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, allocated Home ARP to the City of San Bernardino for $5,058,437. The city is required to amend the 22-23 annual action plan to request the Home ARP funds. The funding provides home grantees, in collaboration with other community stakeholders, a chance to make targeted strategic investments in housing and other assistance for people experiencing homelessness and other vulnerable populations. The Home ARP allocation must describe how the city intends to distribute funds, including how it will use these funds to address the needs of the qualifying populations. CED consulted with the relevant and required service providers best suited to serve the qualifying population. A public notice was published in local newspapers in English and Spanish, making the public aware the draft documents are available at the city office and online for a 30-day period. CED evaluated the composition of the qualifying populations and assessed the unmet needs. These gaps were determined from data from service providers, the point-in-time count, and an array of affordable housing measures. The analysis demonstrated the need for non-congregate shelter. Due to the shelter shortage and in conjunction with the recently declared state of emergency on homelessness, the city is developing a navigation center that will provide a low-barrier, non-congregate interim housing and on-site supportive services. CED is recommending the draft substantial amendment and Home ARP plan to allocate the approximate $5 million for the development and administration of the navigation center. CED will return on March 15th at the end of the 30-day comment period to incorporate any additional comments and request approval of the Home ARP allocation plan and substantial amendment to the 22-23 approved action plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any comments.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
We do not have any requests to speak for this item.
I made a request to speak.
I'm sorry, members of the public.
Councilmember, actually for the fifth, I have Councilmember Sanchez. Did you want to speak? I have you on the queue.
Yes, this is, you can ask almost anyone in the city, what are some of the biggest, issues facing our quality of life in the city, and it's going to be things like this. So this is showing that we're prioritizing these sorts of issues. So I'm fully in support of it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, so thank you for the presentation. Maybe as an inside information for staff to consider. I'm aware that CDBG money can be used for residential streets for repaving as well. If there is any way that we can include some of the 21 streets that were not, that were rejected. Earlier, the bids that we had on item, what item number was it now? Number 8? Because I know a lot of those are residential, and they could qualify under CDBG funding as well. So maybe something that we can consider. Because I see that we have some already, and that's where the infill projects are happening.
Councilmember, that's a separate item, I believe. Can staff respond to that, please?
It is a separate item, but we can respond to it.
So we're just voting on item 1?
Yeah, very quickly, Councilmember, what we're talking about here tonight is home ARP funds that need to be allocated for things like our unsheltered population. Using those funds for street improvements would not be an allowable use. Currently, under our CDBG program, we do fund street improvements throughout this community.
Yes, I saw some of our streets on there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe there is a motion and a second up. Okay. To close the hearing? We need to close the hearing. I don't think I have that part, Madam City Clerk.
Okay. Page 17.
Madam City Clerk, we're going to close the hearing.
No, just announce the time that it's being
Oh,
closed.
10:49. Thank you.
Okay. The motion was made by Councilmember Reynoso, seconded by Councilmember Sanchez to move staff's recommendation. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to items to be considered for future meetings. Can staff move this item to the March 15th meeting so that Councilmember Alexander can speak on his request? But this is his request for city organization realignment.
I want to vote on this tonight.
Yes, I'd like to vote on this tonight. I vote to deny it.
I motion to continue the item until Councilmember Alexander is present.
Second.
Looks like there's a motion, a second.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Hang on, just let's be clear about which motion's on the table. I didn't hear a second to Sanchez's motion, but
I
Councilmember
didn't
Schrader.
hear a motion from Councilmember Sanchez. He just made a statement.
You did motion,
I did make a motion.
Oh, okay.
and I second.
We seconded subsequent to Councilmember Reynoso's motion.
okay. Well, no, the second was before. If it was a second,
Well,
it
then
was
I'll pull
before.
my motion.
So, okay, so we've got a motion, Sanchez, second, Charette, to vote down the request. We then have a substitute motion, Reynoso, second, Calvin. That motion is in order. We should take roll call on the substitute motion, which is to continue the item to the March 15th meeting.
Thank you, City Attorney, for the clarification. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
No on the substitute motion.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yeah, this is the,
This is a motion to continue it to March 15th.
well, I'm still going to vote no on it, but I can wait till he's here. I don't have a problem with that.
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 4-2 to continue it to the March 15th meeting.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned at 10:52 p.m. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency will be held on March 15th, 2023, at the Feldheim Central Library located at 555 West 6th Street, San Bernardino, California, 92401. Closed session will begin at 5:30.